Okay, everybody, our next session on Canadian culture in the atrium will be starting in just a few minutes. So you can grab your seats. We have no popcorn, but we have lots of chairs if you'd like. Please feel free to, grab one.
Okay, so our next session is going to start shortly. If you're SCMT or DOCT, you're in room 126 or 127. All other programs can sit here or upstairs in room 218. We're going to do Canadian culture here and student services in room 218. Good? So you're all here for Canadian culture. Grab a seat. We'll get started in, we're late getting started, so I'm going to get started now. Okay, so I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Have a seat. Canadian culture here and student services up in room 218. Okay, so I'm going to introduce my colleague Mark. Mark is the Academic Integrity Officer. I always tell people that he's a very nice guy, but you probably don't want to meet him because it means that you may have been reported for academic dishonesty. But he's still an awesome guy. He used to teach at the college and now has joined the quality assurance team. So he's going to tell you today a little bit about Canadian culture. Many of you have probably been in the country for a very short time. So he's going to walk you through some of the things that you can expect from other Canadians and maybe other cultures here on campus, and what you can expect from your instructors and from the staff at the college. So I'll turn things over to Mark.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Okay, all right, cool. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. You've seen me previously today by, over there a lot. So my name is Mark. I am, like Shauna said, the Academic Integrity Officer. We are not talking about that right now. We will later today. But for now, we're just going to be chatting about Canadian culture. So that's the happy, fun one, not the academic integrity one. So we're going to go through some basics about Canada. Now, just as a quick background for me, so you know who you're talking to, I was born in Canada. I'm Canadian, I was actually born in the hospital down the street, North York General Hospital. So that's like very close to this campus. So I was born there, and then I just walked down the street and I got a job here, and now I work here, right? So I've lived here my whole life, and yeah, Toronto, born and raised. So I hope that what I can tell you today is useful for you when you're on the campus. And a lot of people are, they're new to Toronto here, I think. Who's been here for a week or less? Who's been here for 3 months? No? Okay, Well, maybe. Okay, a few. Okay, not many, but okay. So, yeah, we're going to chat a bit about Canada, and I think you came at a very interesting time in the year. And we'll get to why this is like a good and bad time a little bit later on. But when we talk about culture, like what is it? There's your dictionary definition of what culture is, okay? It's the things that kind of make the country the country. It's the people in the country, they behave in a certain way, they act in a certain way, they do certain things. That's what culture tends to be, okay? And when a lot of people think about Canada, or when people go shopping for souvenirs when they visit our country, you'll probably come across a bunch of these things, okay? We have many things here. We have a bear. Bears. Any fans of bears here? No? Any bands? Yeah, bears. Okay. We have lots of animals. We have pancakes. We like hockey. Okay. We have skates and maple syrup. Cool things like that. But honestly, if you wanted to use this in a day-to-day basis, is this going to help you interact with Canadians? Oh, hey, how's the skating over there, fellow Canadian? What's going on with bears nowadays? It's not gonna help you, right? This is not, it's not what makes the Canadians that you see and talk to Canadian. So what I wanted to do today, and our presentation for you today, is how do you interact and deal with some of the situations you might find yourself in on campus or in Canada outside of campus, okay? Things to expect with regular folk. So this is all stereotypical Canadian stuff. We are going to try to, if we can, break through some of these stereotypes. And what's going on here? You're probably wondering what's happening. This person, this person is not breaking through the window of his car. During wintertime, when weather is not so great here, there was rain, okay? It rained. First it was raining, then it got so cold that the rain on top of the car froze. So this person was able to pull his window down, but the ice on top of his car was still there, okay? That happens sometimes if you leave your car overnight outside in, not so great weather. So he's punching through the ice that's sheeted over his car, and he's reaching for none other than a Tim Hortons cup of coffee, because we love Tim Hortons here. Everywhere you turn is a Tim Hortons. There's a Tim Hortons in like every corner of the streets that you are on. In fact, there's literally a Tim Hortons on the corner of this street in our campus. So yeah, they're everywhere, right? So just, heads up, Tim Hortons, big thing. All right, so let's talk about a few things. Here's a scenario. I'm going to give you, you're in a school, so I'm going to give you a school test question, okay? You're walking down the hallway. You are doing everything right, okay? This teacher is walking down the hallway as well. You accidentally bump into the teacher. Teacher's holding a bunch of papers. All of the teacher's papers fall on the floor, okay? This was your fault, so normally I'm sure you would all say that you would say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I apologize. But what is the next thing that happens after you've apologized? What do you think is going to happen next? Now, if any of you said that the teacher is going to apologize to you, you would have been correct, because we love to say two things. Please, thank you, and also sorry. Those are the three things we have, right? We love sorry. We love to apologize just for no reason. Fun fact, the person that you may have just seen present, Tenny, in the student services session, she will start most of her phone calls, I think every phone call, with sorry. Sorry, my name is Tenny. I'm here to talk about so-and-so and so-and-so. Okay, I have a question for you. Sorry, I have a question for you. Sorry, it's just in our vocabulary. We're not really sorry, we're just sorry. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain that better than just saying that we like to say sorry a lot, okay? So we like to apologize, and we're very polite. That should, kind of tell you how polite we are. So some things that make us kind of, us. So we love to be polite, like I said. We like diversity here. I was born in Toronto, but my parents definitely weren't, and that's true for most of the people I know in Canada, okay? And think about the room right here. Look at turn to your left, turn to your right. Everyone is probably from a different country, okay? So we like that diversity, and you know what is great about that is our foods. We have all kinds of, any food you need, you can probably find it somewhere in Toronto if you look hard enough, right? So that diversity is great. We like that. No one is better than anyone else. Everyone is kind of the same. We treat everyone the same. Egalitarian, that word that you see up here, that's what that is. Okay, so no one is better than someone else just because of various reasons. So we really hope that we treat you like that when you're here. We like, we do more than that. We tolerate differences, and we are famously humble. Famous for how humble we are, okay? Not to brag, but we're quite humble. And then that's kind of true. It's there, but it's kind of true. All right, so let's keep on moving, though. So I want to talk a little bit about things you can do with your body language and how you communicate. We're going to talk about a few of these things. So let's start with how you look during a conversation with a person. These things are things you don't really think about until it happens to you, and there was a weird encounter that you didn't understand why it was so awkward or weird, okay? So, body language. You want to have your arms open rather than crossed. If you cross your arms, you're probably a bit uncomfortable. Now, this is when you're in a conversation. A lot of people, when I do this, a lot of people in the audience start to kind of, okay, right, and then just like uncross their arms. Don't worry about that for now. It's just when you're talking to a person, right? Eye contact is also an interesting thing. Eye contact is great, but you want to keep it within reason. So if I were to say, have eye contact with a person, and I just don't stop looking at the person when I'm talking, and I just keep on looking at them the whole time, I stopped blinking a long time ago, it will probably make them feel uncomfortable. How do you feel right now, sir? You're good? Good? Okay, I'll start blinking again and I'll look around. Okay. But within reason. Looking at the person while you're talking with them is probably a good idea. But don't look at them too hard, I guess. I don't know how to say that otherwise. But you want to watch out for that. But also personal space. Where you're speaking to them is also as important as what you're saying. Because if you're speaking too close to the person, you might not even think of this as a problem, but this is true for Canadians, that if you are too close to me, I might feel uncomfortable, and just for no reason, not because I don't like you or I'm scared or whatever, I will just take a step back during the conversation. And that's not offensive, it's not meant to be offensive, but we like that gap between us, and the best way I can describe this to people is if you are close enough to the person that without really moving too much, you can give them a full hug, you're probably too close. If you have to kind of reach at them and to hug them, that's probably a good distance, okay? So just a few things to keep in mind with your body language. Here's a better list for you. You have to, well, not have to, but handshaking, right? Handshaking, shaking a person's hand is great. Make sure it's firm, but you don't want to break their hand. And that would also cause a problem at the start of your conversations too. Eye contact, like I said, smiling is good, but again, within reason, everything within reason. Don't smile forever, because why are you smiling so much? That's really weird. I don't know what's about to happen to me. And you want to use first names. I was an instructor here for a long time before I went into academic integrity, and no one ever called me Mr. Gonzalez. And if they said that, or they said sir, or ma'am, whatever they said to me during the class, I would correct them, just say, call me Mark. Call me Mark. And this is true for a lot of your instructors as well. I have yet to meet an instructor who requests or demands that you call them sir, or madam, or professor, or doctor, or whatever it is. Just first names are great, okay? So that's something that you'll note in your classes as well. You can always ask if you're curious, what should I call you? That would also be a good thing to ask too. But you also want to make sure that after you shake the person's hand, you're done with the physical contact. No need to be like, man, what up, how you doing, man? And I don't know how people interact nowadays, but yeah, no more physical contact after that one. And like I said, personal space is good too. But on top of that, so here's another test question. I have another question now that I've said a lot of things. You are at a crosswalk, okay? And I'm going to give you a chance to all choose what you think is the right answer here. You have the not a good time to cross signal coming on, okay? You have like, let's say what? I don't know, did I put a timing here? Let's say you have 9 seconds, okay? Let's use that. 9 seconds left on the hand thingy. The hand thingy is saying, hey, you have 9 seconds before it goes red. And you're like, you know what? I could do this. I can beat this light. I can beat this light, okay? So I have two options here. I could, use my time wisely and beat the light. That's what we call it, beat the light, and then cross the street when there's only a few seconds left. Or I could waste my whole day and time, stop, and then wait for the light to turn red, and then wait for it to turn back green. Okay, let's take a vote, okay? Who would pick, I would try to beat the light, and I would try to, go through with my day, utilize my time wisely. Who would do that? Be honest, yeah. Okay, we have a couple? Yeah, okay, all right. Who would wait? Who would wait for the light to turn all the way around for a full cycle? Who would wait? Anyone would wait? Okay, all right. Okay, well, those of you who said that you'd beat the light, yeah? All right, you are incorrect. You are incorrect. I'm so unfortunately. I'm so sorry. But the correct answer is that, well, the better answer is to wait, okay? And those of you that, chose wait, well, congratulations. And the reason why you do that is beating the light. You know who else is trying to beat the light? Everybody else, especially the ones with cars, okay? So if they are trying to make a right turn, make a left turn, and you're trying to beat that light, well, boom. Who will win? You versus car. Who will win? I don't know. Maybe the car. Probably. Well, yeah, usually the car, right? I have known actually a few people, and I keep mentioning Tenny. Sorry, my name is Tenny. Another thing that happened, she's been hit by a car. So, and she was trying to beat a light. So, just so as you know about Tenny, lots of information about that person. But yeah, it happens all the time. I've known many people who have been hit by vehicles for that very reason. So please be careful with crossing streets and follow the rules, because we kind of like following rules around here. I'm the academic integrity officer. I kind of have to say that. Rules are great, right? So, there's just another reason why rules are pretty good. So, here's another one. Here's another scenario. You're at the grocery store now. Congratulations, you all have a vehicle in this situation. Pick the coolest car you can think of. You own it for this one, just imagination. And you are packing your groceries into the trunk of your car. Now you have left a buggy. A buggy, we call a shopping cart, whatever you call it. We call it buggies and shopping carts. All right, that thing is just sitting there now. It's empty. It's been used. I could do one of two things here. I could waste my entire day and push that buggy all the way back to the buggy return thing and get 25 cents back and put it in my pocket and walk back to the car and then, start the rest of my day. Or I could leave the cart right there and then drive off and, it would be okay. So who would leave the buggy right there where it is and not put it back? Anyone? No? You, sir? No? Oh, no. Not this time. Okay, so I'm assuming everyone else would return the buggy. Is that true? Yeah. I put this in because this is what you call a pet peeve, something that I love to do, but I hate to see it not happen. And yeah, those of you that said they'd put the buggy back, thank you so much for saying that, because that it will help me. If I ever see you in the grocery and I see you putting that buggy back and you put the quarter in, you take it out, and you're like, and I say, right back at you, right? Because I'll be like, thank you so much for doing that. So we love following rules here. There's just an example of following rules. No one will, punish you for not doing this, but it's probably a good thing to do, even when no one's looking, okay? All right, let's move on. So, punctuality. We had a 10:30 start for this session. I was slightly late, but I wasn't around. I was around. I just didn't start. I wanted you all to be here, but punctuality is so important. If your class starts, someone told me once I was late for work. Not here, but before at a different place. I was late for work. I was late because of my bus. I was late for maybe 3 minutes. I said, sir, I'm late, but it's only 3 minutes, so it's not a big deal, right? And he told me, late is late. And he's right? Late is late. Whatever late is, it's late. So punctuality is very important. It shows respect. So if you're late for class, your instructor might be distracted by you coming in, hearing the shuffling, the zzz of your bag, and then all those weird sound effects that happen when you open up your stuff. So punctuality is pretty good. Keep that in mind. And also, everyone has rules. I have rules. Your instructors have rules. If you follow those rules, usually you're never going to encounter any kind of issues. So rules are so good to follow. Please follow rules. I keep on saying rules because, hey, again, academic integrity, so I gotta. And, well, this is just good facts for life. Don't litter, because why would you, right? Right. Okay, good. Okay. So, how do you speak to a person? We are in a in a college that is English speaking. Your instructors are speaking in English. I'm speaking to you in English, okay? I will say that everyone in this room is better at language than I am, because I can only speak English with a small little amount of French. Up until 9th grade, until 14, I learned French, but I stopped after a while. But you all know more. You can all speak more languages than I can. But here's the trick, because English is what we use on campus, so we encourage English all around the campus. If you are in a classroom, think of it this way. You're in a classroom, there are many people in the room. You would want everyone to know what everyone else is saying. Otherwise, you're separating a group that doesn't speak the other language, right? That's one reason why it's good to use English. But here's another one. I was an ESL teacher, right? That was my trade before this. One thing I would tell my students is, when you go home, you may or may not have an opportunity to practice your English. What better place to do that than here on campus where everyone is speaking it? So use every opportunity you have to speak that language with other people, and that might help you out as well. Okay, so I just encourage, please, consider speaking English whenever you can, as much as possible. Okay, cool. What else? You will probably disagree with people, fellow classmates, your instructors sometimes on a grade. Think about what it is that you want to have happen. Do you want to have a good outcome to the situation, or do you just want to fight them? And I don't think you would just want to fight them. So consider being tactful, okay? Being diplomatic with how you disagree. How you say you disagree with someone is often more important than what you're disagreeing with about and what happens next. That it guides the whole conversation. So consider how you disagree. It's usually pretty important, okay? And don't interrupt someone when they're speaking. When they're done talking, it's like tennis. You hit the ball to them, you wait till they hit the ball back, okay? Don't say, yeah, but anyways, and then cut them off. Probably not a good idea, okay? How you say it, you don't want to be like your body language, okay, shouldn't be threatening. So if your teacher, for example, is sitting at the desk, and then you're like, I didn't like that test grade, Mark. That never happened to me, but I'm assuming that could be what happens, right? I don't think you're going to have a good outcome with that conversation. You are towering over the person sitting on a chair. You are crossing your arms. You're probably tapping your foot, right? And then you're like rolling up your sleeve to like fight them. I don't know what's going to happen next, but probably not a good idea to behave like that with people. So watch out what your body language tells the other person, okay? And then please and thank you. Like I said, we love please, we love thank you, and also we love sorry, okay? So these are things you can incorporate into your conversation to make sure the interaction flows pretty nicely, all right? Okay, so listening is great. No means no. No does not mean maybe. No does not mean if I ask a few more times, he might say yes. No does not mean let me try again in just a few moments. Okay? No does mean no. So accept the no. Sometimes your teachers will say, no, I'm not going to change your grade. Okay. That is the end of the conversation for now. So please recognize what no means, and no does mean no. Okay? You want to also watch out how you speak is also pretty important. I have been speaking quite fast, I think. I'm slowing myself down right now because I'm aware of what I'm saying and what I just said on the slide. So if you talk too fast, if you talk too slow, consider how it affects the conversation, right? Okay, cool. Now there are other things I want to show you. This is going to be, I'll return to this like back and forth during the presentation, but transportation. A lot of people live in different places. A lot of people have to get here from different places. So some of you will benefit from different slides. Not all of them, but some of them. So TTC is one, big one. A lot of people are going to use TTC to get here. Go Transit, York Region Transit, My Way, Uber and Lyft, Beck, like all those places offer transportation services. So let's take a look at each one, and I'll give you website links for each slide deck so you know how to visit them to check out more. Okay, let's start with TTC. So TTC is the Toronto Transit, Commission, or I don't know, commission, probably commission, most likely commission, I don't know. I don't work for them, I have no idea. Anyways, they have a lot of subway lines, they have bus routes, and those buses will take you to the campus. Those of you that already used it to get here, great, you probably don't need this information, but if you didn't use it to get here, you can consider it if you live in that area. I think the northernmost cutoff for TTC is Steeles Avenue, and anything below Steeles Avenue is going to use TTC. Okay, so this is inside of Toronto. And this is something that you can get a post-secondary, you're all in post-secondary, so you're going to be able to get a student discount. So if you visit them, the way it works is you need to have a photo ID. So you go to a location like, I think Bathurst or Bayview has a place where you can get a student ID. So you'll use your student credentials to prove you're a student. They give you a photo ID. Then you can use that photo ID to purchase the actual pass each month, right? So that's what you need. There's a website here you can check out for more information, and you can use that for sure. You can tap with your credit card. You can tap with your debit card on the buses. So you don't have to buy an extra card, but there is something called a Presto card. And Presto cards, I believe they give you a discount on your fare as well if you're not buying a full pass. The Presto card fare, I think, still is cheaper than the other one. And I'll talk a bit more about Presto as I go through the rest of them, just so that you know what it is. But let's look at the next offer transportation thingy. Oh, no, well, yeah, well, that's just, yeah, photo IDs. I just said that. Some of the prices are subject to change. These do go up over time. This is, I think, $128.15, I think, is the current price. I could be wrong, but it might be higher. But it does go up after a while. TTC is actually pretty good with keeping the costs steady without going up, but others like YRT, they love to jack up those prices like crazy. So watch out for that. But anyways, let's look at another one, Go Transit. So Go Transit takes you to many other places outside of the Greater Toronto area, okay? They have trains, they have buses, and in many cases, the bus is what you can do is you can pay for your fare before you go on the bus. You can also go onto the bus and say, I'm going from here to here. They'll give you a rate, and then you pay that rate. You can use a Presto card with them as well. So a Presto card is this green card that you get that you tap on a bunch of different transit lines. So TTC uses it, YRT uses it, Go uses it, and I think the Scarborough and Mississauga ones use it as well. So Presto is something to consider if you want to use multiple different transit systems with one payment. You load their money on the Presto card, you tap the card on the different buses and trains, even if it's a TTC or a YRT, it doesn't matter, okay? So that's something to keep in mind there. I think I have another slide. Do I have another slide? No, I don't. Okay, so this is just what I have for Go. Yeah, but Go will take you to many more places outside of the Greater Toronto area, okay? YRT, the blue and white buses, these ones are just buses, but there are two systems. There's the blue and white YRT, and there is the express line called the Viva. Vivas are blue buses, fully blue, and some of them are like double size or single size, and they all use the same fare. You pay for YRT, you can use it on Viva. You don't have to pay extra for that. And these ones, I mean, those of you live in the York region, above Steeles, like north of Steeles, that's where all the YRT Vivas are. And these ones, there's a little bit less in terms of availability, so some of the buses come less frequently than TTC buses. But, you know, if you live there, you use it. And you can use the Presto cards for these as well, okay? So more information there. I think they have student fares as well, so you can check them out for student discounts. And then you have the Brampton Transit. Similar situation. They have the Brampton buses and they have the Zoom buses, which is like Viva. It's like the express ones. They stop at fewer stops. And here is your website for them. You know, this is kind of repetitive, so I'm not going to like sit on them for too long. Presto, I think, is usable here as well. Okay. Let's keep on going to My Way. This is Mississauga. Yeah, Mississauga. They have a discount with Presto, you can tell, and then the websites are there for you as well. So whether you live in any of these regions, you have a method of transportation to get here. Okay, so keep that in mind. And the Presto card is something you can check out. Each of the websites that I give you, they'll have more information about Presto if you want to use Presto, and then you can use them across all kinds of different things. You can actually load money on your card with your phone. So you have to actually tap the card to the phone. It loads the money on. Boom, you're ready to go to wherever place you want to go. Okay? Now, I'm just curious, are there any questions about Presto that you wanted to ask? It's kind of hard to ask now. Or not just Presto, just in general, about life. No? Any questions? No, I'm welcome to questions, but maybe we'll wait to the end for questions because it's kind of hard in this big room for question taking. Anyways, so let's talk about a less fun thing. Now, I told you that you're at an interesting time of year to come to Canada and come to study. The reason is because of this thing, culture shock. So if you don't know what culture shock is, and you're all brand new to the country, well, it's good and bad, right? It is a not fun process all the way through, but it is a good process to get to the end of, right? If you, I don't know, if you have trouble in the middle of it, I understand, but okay, let me explain what it is. I'm jumping ahead of myself. There are 3 stages to culture shock. culture shock has the honeymoon period. Culture shock has the middle stuff called the resistance period, and then the third part, which is the acceptance period. So what are these things? Those of you that just came to the country, that are brand new here within like the first few months, you're in that honeymoon stage, which is great. Everything is different. Everything is amazing. Wow, all the foods I can try. Wow, there's a CN Tower here. Cool. Oh my goodness, I don't know, the cars are red. I have no idea. Whatever difference. All the different things that you can see and do and experience in the country, those are all amazing. Okay? Fantastic. You're feeling good. You're probably right there right now. Tourism is fantastic, spectacular, delicious foods, great. But yeah, that goes away. That goes away. Those of you that have been here for a bit longer, let's talk a few months in. We're talking about, 2 to 6 months in. Okay. So around that period of time, let's say you get into 6 months from now, it's going to be pretty cold. It's going to be pretty covered in ice, pretty snowy, pretty cold, a little bit chilly, cold, okay? That is the time where you're going to have the resistance period. That's where everything that was different is now annoying you, is bothering you a lot. If you've ever, this is an experience that I would say, but for me, when I read a book, and I love the book, and then I go watch a movie based on that book, and then I see all the different changes, and I go to the person next to me saying, hey, that wasn't in the book. No, that's not how they did it in the book. Imagine living that for your entire life. Imagine that feeling of just annoying things that are different than you expect it to be all the time. Okay, so you see these things in the food you're tasting that it's kind of like back home, but not exactly like back home. That they do things differently here, and these differences really, really bother you. This will affect you, just in your mind, but it also will affect you physically. You'll probably actually literally get sick at this time, like the flu. Like, illnesses will come in around that time. So you're going to be facing a whole bunch of horrible, horrible, depressing feelings as a result of this resistance period. That difference is no longer fun. It might be hard to keep track of how to contact your family. You might be in a different time zone that makes it like you have to stay up till 3 a.m. just to talk to someone back home, for example. That's hard on you, and it's going to be tough. You're going to have to study at the same time. You're going to school right now, right? So imagine all those things coming together and just making a really, really bad time for you. It happens. It does happen, but the good news is it kind of goes away as well, because in the third phase, that stuff that's different, you've seen it, you know it's different, you get it's different, okay, that's fine. You've been able to manage those differences. You can accept what's here is here and what's there is there, and you start to enjoy things a bit more. You start to make more friends, honestly. You kind of get used to how things go along and conversations go and interactions go, and things get better, but you do have to give it some time. So this could take you 1 year. This could take you more than 1 year. It could take a lot of time to do, but if you get to the end of it, it does, improve over time. Okay? So how do you make this experience a bit better, a bit more manageable? Well, there are a few things you can keep in mind. So if you want to keep in touch with your family as best as you can, if you do, back home, always maintain relationships to the best of your ability. Stay in contact with people. You can do this with family back home. You can do this with people here that you know. If you don't have those connections, well, we are here as well. I think Tenny mentioned personal advising the student services offers. That's one of the things that they offer all the time, right? We have a mental health and wellness person, Janice. You're going to meet her, I think, a little bit later today, perhaps, for a student wellness session. So if you interact and talk to these people, they are more than happy to help you with this, and you're not alone in experiencing this stuff. Everyone goes through it in different ways and different degrees. So, when you expect it happening, when you know it's coming, it's easier to deal with. So keep that in mind. I don't want to kind of scare you. It's great here. It's really, really great here, but you might feel a little something in a couple of months, okay? All right, so on top of that, let's go to something else on a bit less culture shocky, transit again, okay? So if you don't want to use the transit systems, you have the other systems. We have Lyft, we have Uber, we have Beck taxis, just ride-sharing programs, So if you want to just grab a car, that car will take you straight to the place. You want to use Uber, you want to use Lyft. These are apps on your phone. If you don't have them yet, You can download them, they're free, and then you just pay for it's kind of like a cab fare, and then you tip the person if you like the drive. I'm sure you all know Uber and Lyft. I don't need to explain that to you, but any fans of Uber and Lyft? Yeah? Any workers of Uber and Lyft? No? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. On top of that, Beck Taxi is there too. So Beck Taxi is a traditional taxi. You call them up, they pick you up, they take you to the place, you pay them. That's it, right? That's just how it works. So just a few more things there. Now, as far as timing goes, scheduling goes, I've given you lots of transportation tips. So please keep in mind that you should consider multiple types of transportation if you have a really, really important day of class, such as an exam or a test. Because if you're late for an exam or test, that causes a bunch of problems for you specifically, right? If you're late for a test and someone has exited the exam room already because they already finished the test, by the rules of the college, you can't actually go into the room. You have to get in there before other people leave, for example, to do the test. So if you're not late, this won't be a problem. But if you're on top of your transportation systems, this might be less of an issue for you, okay? So watch out how you decide to get to the college. Make sure you have plenty of time to get there and be on time or early for classes so that you don't miss anything, so that you're not late for something, okay? All right, okay, cool. Yeah, anything I should say here? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I will say one little thing that's academic integrity related. I do meet students all the time who are late for an exam, so they decided to take the test outside of the exam room. And I say, why did that happen? Well, sir, I was late for my bus. I slept in. One person said they slept in like 2 weeks ago to me. I said, okay, well, that's unfortunate, but no, I can't let you take that test, right? You were late for the test for various reasons. You got to stay on top of these. The excuses don't really work for test taking, okay? So there's a late and missed an exam policy. Remember that. Review that on your course pages, and you'll be fine, okay? All right, okay. Let's talk about Moodle. Now, you all, I think, have maybe explored a little bit on Moodle. If you haven't for some reason, we're going to go through some of the main pages very quickly for you so that you know where to go to get stuff. You'll be seeing this a lot throughout the day. So this might be the second time you've seen it so far. The Moodle page is right there. The link is right there to go to. You log in with your ID, and then you'll be able to visit all kinds of policy pages, all your course pages, job boards and job postings and stuff. It's all there. So I'm just going to direct you to where that stuff is on the pages, all right? So you log in first. Okay, cool. That's the easy part. Congratulations. Then you're on your main page. It looks kind of like this. So the very top here has all of the important areas for you to visit. Depending on the size of your monitor, there's going to be another button. So it says more up there. Okay, click on that. There are more topics. So if you need student services, if you need academics, if you need anything like that, it's at the top bar. You need your courses, it's probably on the top bar as well. And on top of that, you have things like the job board. So you'll see everyone, I think everyone in blue shirts here today. How did we even find them to do anything on the campus for us today? Well, they probably went here, right? So if you're interested in stuff like that, getting these part-time volunteer positions that we have for students, visit the job board, okay, for example. It is quite useful. There's a lot more stuff down there. So tutoring center is here, GuardMe is here, like support, the Cestar database, if you want to get to your grades, your official grades, it's right there as well. So you can check out all the stuff on Moodle. It's available right away. Your courses are on the My Courses button. All your courses for the term are here, so please check that out as well. I think the job board, I took two pictures of the job board. In case you forgot that I just said this to you, here it is again. But anyways, other things like policies, like my policies, the student rights and responsibilities for academic integrity. If you want to read those, if you feel like reading through that thing so that you know how to never, ever see me ever again after orientation, well, then you can check it out right here. So I am in, I think here, academic integrity, right? I have a link there. But you click on administration, and all of your policies are there for you as well, okay? So if you're interested, there are other policies to check out. If you click on administration, this little image will tell you all the stuff you'll be able to find on this one page, okay? So for instance, you click on this one, administration, and you'll get all these different policies to read and review. Here's a very good policy to keep in mind at the end of each of your semesters. If you receive a grade that you disagree with, it wasn't graded properly, or there's something wrong with the grading, or you just have an issue with the grade, consider reading the grade appeals right here, because it's your right to do so. If there is an eligible or good reason for a grade to be changed, then they can be. But you have to follow the policies here. You can't just go to the teacher and say, hey, Mark, change my grade, right? And then roll up your sleeves ready to beat me up. Okay, don't do that. Go here, read the policy, follow the procedure there, and then you're on the right track, okay? All right, so a few more things to mention. Course outlines, evaluation timetables, and course resources. These are very important to have on day one, so I want you to know where to get them, and if you don't have them, what do you do, okay? So let's start with the actual evaluation timetable. This is a file you download on your Moodle page. Every course, every single course you take has an evaluation timetable, and they should have that on day one for you. What does it do? It tells you what your assignments are. It tells you, the name right there, tells you what to study for each of the assignments. It tells you the weight of all the assignments, what are the percentages. It tells you what day they're due, like when do you expect to have them created and when do you have to submit them. The evaluation timetable tells you that. We want to give you plenty of notice for these things. Your teacher has to give this to you. If you do not see this on your course page on day one, ask your instructor for it. If you do not see this on day 7, I mean, I don't know why you waited so long, but tell somebody other than your instructor. Maybe student services can help. You can come to academic integrity and I can help. But you have to tell people you need this file. So please, please, please have this evaluation timetable. Make sure you get it. If you don't have it day one, request it from your instructor, okay? Just you're able to have that conversation. Consider the tone and the pleasant behavior and the eye contact and the smiling and, hey, can I have my evaluation timetable? And then you'll probably get it in no time, okay? So please remember this file. Very, 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 very important. And now, I'm done. I didn't expect to be done so quick. Any questions? Any questions about stuff? I taught about Canadian culture and Moodle and everything. It's kind of a weird area to ask questions, but did you have any questions you wanted to ask? No? Okay. Going once. Going twice. All right. Well, in that case, I'm done for now, but thank you very much for listening. We have another person coming up just a moment. They are going to be talking about, I think, perhaps entrepreneurship or clubs or something along those lines. So what I will say, thank you very much for listening to me. I really appreciate that you survived this entire session. I will be back again for academic integrity after the director's message, I believe. So I will see you again later on, but I wish you a lot of success. Thank you so much for being here in the first place, and enjoy the rest of your day, okay, everyone? Okay, take care, and we'll pass it over to the next person, okay? Bye, everyone. Okay, who's next? Okay, he's coming in a minute, everyone, so I'm here again. Hi, I haven't left. I'm just going to stand here until the next person comes, so, yeah. How's everyone doing? Doing good? All right, okay, well, okay. Oh, by the way, there is a QR code. Those of you that came late, if you don't have the QR code, you need that for the prizes. So maybe we can turn on the QR code if you guys have a minute. Yeah, hang on. I'm just going to put that QR code up for the students to scan in case they need it. Orientation is in the front. Okay, yeah. Do you know where the code is? Oh, it's this one. Okay. So while we wait, we're just going to start in just a second. But if you didn't in the morning, this QR code, please scan this QR code. You'll use it to get into the draw that we have later today for a prize at the end of the day. So if you came late, you didn't scan it, please give that a scan, and then cross your fingers, and perhaps you might be the lucky person who wins something. Okay? All right, cool. Now I think I'm done. And now I'm actually going to leave. So thank you, everyone. And here's our next presenter. We have a person next. Who is next? Who am I speaking to? Come on up. What's your name, sir? Saeed. Hi, Saeed. Welcome, Saeed. Yeah, here you go.
Thank you so much. So can you please put on the poster up? Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? Excited for the new semester? Very good. Okay, so my name is Saeed. I'm the founder and CEO of Next Stars. And I'm here to talk to you about a new entrepreneurship center we are launching with your college, with CESTAR. Lambton in Toronto. And I want to invite all of you guys to pay us a visit during your semester. And I will tell you why you need to basically come and check us out. First and foremost, a little bit about myself. I'm like yourself, an immigrant to Canada. I arrived in 2010. I did a master's degree here in engineering, but I got into startups. I founded a company myself in 2014. It was about mental health. It was a platform to connect people with vetted providers. The company grew to a nationwide business. We provided services in every province in Canada except for Quebec, with over 150 service providers, therapists. We raised funding from Canadian VCs, and the company got acquired in 2018 by Humanacare. So I went through the whole life cycle of a startup, idea on a piece of paper to exit over the course of 4.5 years. After the exit, I've devoted myself to support other entrepreneurs like yourself, your potential entrepreneurs, to launch startups and grow them using Canada as a launchpad. I'm an advisor to Next Canada, which is the largest accelerator in Canada. Since 2019, I am an advisor at Manitoba Technology Accelerator, MTA, which is also supporting entrepreneurs with different backgrounds. And I'm also a member at Curetso Forum, which is an angel group. And Next Stars is my company, and we are in partnerships and collaboration with Sestar College to provide you with access to real-life startup experience without the risk of leaving your job and starting a startup. So we are gonna bring really, really cool startups for you. You can come talk to them, do internships with them, potentially get hired by them. And we are going to also, if you have an idea, help you to go through the earliest stages of launching your business. We are going to bring speakers from different accelerators, successful entrepreneurs that talk to you, and you can basically have fireside conversations with them, learn from their experience, and we are gonna basically define a curriculum for you alongside your journey as you're going through your courses, equip you with the tools to succeed in Canada. I want you guys to think about it. Any one of you can become an entrepreneur. This country, like the beauty of this country is that there's no ceiling, no glass ceiling for us. So do not think that, oh, I'm new to this country, I can't do this, I can't do that, I have to go work 9 to 5 and stay 9 to 5 for like 10 years before I start something. No. This country is the land of opportunities. And when you are here, you are capable of actually making a difference. All you need to do is to learn how to think of a problem, get passionate about it, and work on your startup and try to make something happen. Even if it fails, which happens a lot of times, it will empower you to make better difference, bigger impact at the companies that you're gonna join and you're gonna work. So you're here to build your future. This college provides you an amazing platform for that. And we have chosen Sestar to partner up with because we want to make every single one of you understand and realize your potential and work towards it. So I want you, all of you guys, take out your phone, go to Instagram and or LinkedIn, find Next Stars, N-E-X-T, Stars. Follow it because we're gonna have updates there for you. When we have a new company that's coming in, wants to get in front of you, and then they have a job posting, you can do internship with them, you can talk to the CEO. The first company that I have in mind is has developed a breast cancer diagnostics kit that can detect breast cancer 4 years in advance. First in the world. The CEO is gonna come and you will have access to the CEO. So follow us to hear these updates. And we're gonna be located like in the second floor here. From next week, you can come in, you can book your time and learn about the different services that we are gonna offer to you in collaboration with the college. And we're just very excited. And I want you guys to be also excited. Don't think of this like how many years that you're in college. Don't take it for granted. This is your opportunity. So you're just starting a journey in this country. And I want you to always dream big and don't think that, oh, like I can't do this, I can't do that. Yes, you can. And I want you to take me as an example. I'm myself an immigrant to Canada, and I've done well. So at least one person have done it. And I think you can do it too, and it's our mission to make sure that you're empowered to do so. Thank you so much, and looking forward to meeting every single one of you at the Entrepreneurship Center starting next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we are at our break time. It is 11, well, it's nearly 11:30. So yes, you have a break until the next session, which is, I think, Director's Welcome. But I think we have a time to, have lunch and stuff like that. Is that correct? 11:30, my mistake. Okay, 11:30. We're starting in just just a few minutes. Okay. No? No, I don't think so. I think we're good. Yeah. So I guess you could hang tight until 11:30. 11:30, we have Michael Varakis coming down here to have a quick chat with you about cool things that the director likes to remark, which are called the director's remarks. Right. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you, Mark. He's great, eh? He's good? Yes, he's great. How about a round of applause for Mark? So we are setting up snacks. As I mentioned in my email to everyone, lunch is on your own today. Snacks upstairs, just outside room 233. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Michael will be joining us at 11:30, and I encourage you to kind of hang tight, and you'll have a little bit of time after Michael's session to grab a snack and then grab lunch, and then we'll be back here this afternoon. No questions at this point for Mark? Or for our club's folks? You heard from, I guess, about LinkedIn Learning, maybe? Yeah? Okay, so you've got about 5 minutes, and Michael's on his way. So get yourself comfortable, and we'll be back in just a few seconds. Okay, so just a few housekeeping items. In my Canadian culture session, I mentioned this, but we do have food services on campus for when you start studying next week. We do have some nearby that you can walk to during your lunch, and I shared those in my email to you on Friday. But I just wanted to let you know about a couple services on campus. So on the second floor next door, so in 265, there's a canteen there. So you can stop in there during your breaks while you're studying. They're not open this week, but they will be next week. We also have a Tim Hortons on the main floor next door in room 265. And we also have Desi Deli, and they are set up. They have a booth set up in the hallway here. They are a grocery service as well as they will provide food. They provide food on campus over just outside 132, room 132 over here. And you can stop by there and find out everything that there is to know about ordering food through them. And they have a booth, as I said, just out around the corner here. I mentioned that we are providing snacks today, so there will be snacks throughout the day on the second floor, just outside room 233 or 232. And I think that's it for now. So I did promise everyone this morning that you were going to hear from our director, and he has joined us now. We do have a few sessions that are still running, so maybe, Michael, you can do your regular where's everyone from, all of that stuff that you like to do. So without further ado, this is Michael Varakis, our college director.
Thanks a lot, Shauna. Hi, everyone. How are you? Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. My name is Michael Varakis. I'm your director, and it's really wonderful to have you here today. And just got some news that at 1 o'clock today, our Minister of Immigration, Mark Miller, will be announcing how many hours students can work part-time starting April 30th. We're hoping that it goes to 30 hours, but we're going to find out what it is. 1 o'clock is the news conference today. So lots of stuff that's going on since January 22nd. Lots of moving parts with immigration and all these things. I just want you to know that you're 100% safe. This is the last intake that we're taking on. I'm just hoping it's temporary because there's lots of things that are going on, but I don't want you to be concerned. You're going to get a 3-year postgraduate work permit. Your spouses can work, all of that stuff. Now, starting in the fall, things change. But right now, you're under the existing rules and regulations that IRCC has put out there, okay? So we're here together for the next 2 years between now and the end of December 2025. We have a wonderful, wonderful staff, and we're here to make your experience as productive and as pleasant as possible. We can't do your homework. You're going to have to do that. We can't write your tests. We can't write your exams. But we can help you with a lot of things. And my colleagues are very, very experienced, as you've seen this morning. I've been watching these sessions on YouTube, and I invite you to do the same thing. And they are wonderful, and they have a wealth of information. There's no one that works here that doesn't want to help you. And we've got over 306 staff between instructors, staff, administrators. There's a big army here to help you. We started with humble beginnings. We started actually 13 years ago in the summer of 2011 with 30 students, and we have over 7,000 students new and returning right now in 21 different programs. Since the summer of 2011, we have over 25,000 graduates. So a lot of people have come through these doors, and a lot of successful graduates. Who has LinkedIn? Just a few people have LinkedIn. Who has LinkedIn? Okay, get a LinkedIn profile if you don't have it. Invite me as your director on LinkedIn, and I will accept you if I see that you're a Lambton College in Toronto student. You're going to see over 10,000 students, graduates, employers, instructors that are on the site. And I want you to ask them and connect with them directly. How is Lambton College? How is Toronto? How is this industry? How is this? How is that? Our graduates and our students that are here already want to pay it forward, and they want to help you in any way possible. So please, please, please reach out to people that have been in your shoes already and can offer you tons of advice. And no one will ever buy anything from you if they don't like you. So if you start to network and connect with our graduates and our students, who knows if they can find an opportunity at a place that they're working at, or they can give you some perspectives on the industry that no one else can provide you. So I really, really recommend all of you to do that and sign up on LinkedIn. Now, you're very important, and I want to find out where you're from. Where are you from, students? Okay. Which country are you from? India. We have a lot of students from India, but I want to know which area. Gujarat. Okay. Where else? Thanks, Shauna. If you, I can't hear that. Yeah. Where in India are you from? Bangalore. Okay, we have many students from there. Gujarat, Bangalore. Kerala. We have many students from Kerala.
I'm from Tamil Nadu.
You got to say that slow so I can repeat it.
Tamil? Nadu.
Tamil Nadu. First time I've heard that. Anyways, welcome. Okay, fantastic. Where else? Nigeria, welcome. Thank you. We're starting to get Nigerian students again. That's great. We had a lot of Nigerian students a few years ago, so it's opening up again. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Hola. ¿Cómo está? Okay. Ecuador. I've been to Guayaquil. Beautiful. Where are you from? Delhi? Welcome. Excellent. Where else? Venezuela. Margarita Islands. Beautiful. You're the second Venezuelan student that I've seen here. So that's congratulations. So it's great when we start to see students from other countries coming to Lambton College. Welcome. Kerala? Kerala, welcome. We have lots of students from Kerala. It's great to see you, and thanks for joining us. Where else are students from? Punjab. Lots of students from that area, and lots of my colleagues are from there. And I want to go to India, and I've got so many places to visit and so many places to stay, so many invitations. It'll probably take me about 5 years to tour around all the great people that I've met. So, tell me where you're from. Okay, you're from India, right? But you say it slowly because I haven't heard this place. Okay. I got to see your lips. I got to see you say it because I'm not good at picking it up. So, okay. You got to go slow, okay? Because, okay. Vishaka. Vishaka Partnam. Okay, where is that in India? Okay, excellent. Welcome. Okay, I got to practice to say that again. Okay, very good. Okay, where else we have students from? Let me get to the front so I can see you guys. Okay, say it again, sir. Philippines, welcome. We have lots of students from Philippines. Thank you. Welcome. Where else? This young man here. Chile? Fantastic. You're the third student I've seen from Chile. Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. From? Peru. Machu Picchu. Beautiful. Peru is a beautiful country too. Okay. Pakistan? Fantastic. Congratulations. We're starting to get a few students from Pakistan and from Bangladesh. And welcome. That's fantastic. Excellent. Thanks for being here. Where else? Anywhere else? Did we miss somewhere? Nepal? Fantastic. Lots of students from Nepal. Welcome. Okay. Anywhere else? Okay. We usually have students from 35 different countries. And our students, last semester we had a student from Spain here too. So I hadn't seen a student from Spain in many semesters. I'm still looking for a Greek student because that's where my family's from. We had one Greek student back a few years ago, but not too many. So 35 students, 35 countries. All our students here are international, 100%, okay? So there's lots of different experiences that I want you to partake in, and we have lots of different clubs here, and you're going to find out. Listen, networking gives you the opportunity to find a great job. If you want a job, there's a lot of them around. But if you want the right job, you've got to network. And these clubs that we have here, and my colleagues help run these clubs, from Toastmasters to the Project Management Guild, ASQ, American Society for Quality. There's so many different clubs that we have, and it's an excellent opportunity to network. We have a great student council. We have events almost every week, okay? Probably several a week that are going on right now that you have a chance to get involved. Now, you're going to say, okay, this guy's crazy. Got to go to school, got to go to work, got to travel here, got to this, got to that. Don't forget to take a slice of time for yourself, and networking is very, very important, okay? So connect with as many people as you can. As I had mentioned to you, LinkedIn is a way of doing it, and our clubs here are really, really great. We need you here. We have lots of different cultural events. You know the Indian event where you throw the colors? Okay, I've got a picture. I should send that out to everyone. And the students plastered me with the colors, and it was lots of fun, okay? So we have Candle Day that's celebrated in Latin America. We have all sorts of different events that we do here. And if you have ideas for events, please reach out to us, reach out to your student council member, reach out to us in student services. We have an equity and diversity committee. There's lots of things that we do here to help our students. Now, do we do everything? We want to. But if we don't do something, we may have done it a few semesters ago, and when students graduate, that activity or that club didn't continue on, okay? Someone didn't pass the baton, and making sure that there's longevity to that club of passing on the good things that are going on. So we're open to ideas, and we're open to different ways of different things that we can do here. So approach us at any time. And I want you to know that international students are here for 3 reasons. They want to get their 2-year credential so they can get their 3-year postgraduate work permit. They want to get a job related to their program of studies, and they want to get their permanent residency. Who's on that plan? 3 people? 5 people? 25 people? Who's on that plan? Who wants their PR? Who wants their postgraduate work permit? Who wants to stay here? Not everyone? Most people? I think most people are interested in staying here. We're here to help you with that. So we're not just about helping you get your credential. We're here to help you make connections, meet people, network. That's why it's so important for you to join our clubs and to join any other networking event that we have here to position yourself in the right way. As we say in Canada, out of sight, out of mind. You're great, you're smart, but if no one knows that, they're not going to be able to give you a chance. And we need you here. Immigrants built this country, and there's a lot of things that, there's a lot of potential here in Canada, and we need your brains to help solve some of the big issues that we have right now with our health care, with our infrastructure and transportation, and with our housing. Slowly but surely, we're helping to fix those things, but we need smart people like yourselves, and there's great opportunities here. On behalf of everyone at Lambton College in Toronto, on the wonderful staff that I work with, on awesome instructors, everyone at Lambton College in Sarnia, which is 3 hours from here, we wish you all the best in your journey, and we're here to assist you in any way possible. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone a pleasant afternoon. Take care.
Thank you very much, Michael. Just a couple little housekeeping items before you break for lunch. So we have a half-hour break. I did also want to let you all know about the vendors who are here today. So we have Desi Deli. They've got a little bit set up here and a booth at the back. I did mention I'd give you a little bit more details on them. So they are open 9 to 9 Monday to Saturday. So they're on campus. They're offering a 50% discount for your first order. The very cool thing about Desi Deli is they're a grocery service and they provide food here in this building. And the food smells amazing, but I haven't tried it myself. Students have great things to say about them. They're also giving 10% of their profits go back into the college in the way of scholarships. So they are giving back to the community, as the college community as well. We also have TD Bank here. They have asked that you visit their booth at the back. They're right behind the stairs. If you are interested in taking an out account, they can provide supports around credit card. There's credit cards or an account with them. Also, as an international student, you have additional supports, so maybe check in at their booth. We also have Virgin Plus here just around the corner, and RBC as well. So lots of vendors here on campus that you can connect with. Of course, you're all going to need at some point a bank account, and you're going to have to tap into those supports. You will be hearing later on this week in the Thursday and Friday sessions, you'll be hearing about banking safely, so that's a good session for you to attend as well. So, like I said, half-hour break. Make sure that you use the QR code here. There will be a draw at the end of the day. Also, we'll be doing a game this afternoon, after the sessions this afternoon, for prizes. And the sessions that start, this afternoon will start at 12:15. We have student services in the atrium, Canadian culture in, that's the wrong day, I think. Yeah, thank you. We have at 12:15 student service, student wellness and immigration, academic integrity and student success, and then the same at 1:30, and then the sessions in the classroom start again at 2:45. So FSIT, you'll be in room 126, and then almost all of the programs have a room a session in a classroom at 4 o'clock today. So just make sure you get those sessions in. You'll be meeting your co-op advisor, and or you'll be meeting your program coordinator. So you'll be learning a lot about your program. Okay, so that's it for us for now. You've got until 12:15, and then we'll come back here and meet in the atrium or the Will Room for the next set of sessions. Have a good afternoon, or have a good lunch.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. And you know what? I forgot a shout out to all our blue shirts, our student ambassadors. They're our students here to help you, and thank you very much for everything that you're doing for your orientation. Take care. All the best. Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes with student wellness and immigration support. 2 minutes. Okay, so welcome back. If you have not scanned this QR code, make sure you do that because you want a chance to win a prize later on today. Next up, we have student wellness and immigration support. But before we start this session, I just want to make sure that if you are in, oh no, there isn't a session that competes with this one, so this is good. Okay, so I'm going to introduce your speakers. First, you're going to hear from Janice, and she is the on-campus wellness counselor. She is available every day on campus. After Janice, you're going to hear from Zoe. Zoe is the on-campus immigration consultant. Her availability on campus is a little bit limited, more limited than Janice's for sure. But you can also get in touch with her through the ticketing system to book an appointment, but she's also available on a drop-in basis. Janice is available on a drop-in basis Monday to Friday. Mark, are you looking for more people to join your session? Yes. So could I ask if your birthday is in the first 3 months of the year, put your hand up. Just a couple of you. Could you go and join the session in room 218? Only because I'm a little bit worried that all of these people will not fit in the room if we have to go there afterwards. So just trying to disperse the crowd a little bit. 218. And in room 218, you're going to hear from Mark and also from, the tutoring center. The tutoring center will be there and Mark. Okay, so I think we'll get started so that Janice and Zoe can share all their knowledge with you. I'll turn things over to Janice to get things started.
Thank you. Thanks, Shauna. Hi, everyone. As Shauna mentioned, my name is Janice. I'm the mental health and wellness counselor at the college. So just to start off with, I hope you're all having a good orientation so far. With a show of hands, how many of you are excited to be here today? Amazing. How many of you are a little bit nervous to get the school year started? A few of you. How many people are missing their family and friends back home? That's what I thought. So as we can see, there's obviously various and mixed emotions and feelings when you start this new school year. And a lot of times we can't always explain or express those things to family and friends. So that's pretty much where I come into play. So let's start off by addressing what mental health is. So, mental health, it is a part of everyone. It is something to look after. It is real and complex. It is really important, and it is something that can be changed. What isn't it? It's not a sign of weakness. It's not all in your head. It's not something you can just snap out of. It's not always a negative thing, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. So, as I mentioned, I am the mental health and wellness counselor. That is my email address up there, and you can also find me on the Wellness Moodle page. You can schedule a one on one time with me. My schedule is up there as well. And as Shauna mentioned, I am here Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and my office is located right near reception in this building. So, as your wellness counselor, I aim to promote a safe space and open conversation. I empower people to share their stories. I encourage seeking help without fear of judgment. I believe in self-care and I promote empathy. So we do have other mental health certified members at the college as well in case I'm not available or there's an emergency. So there's a few of them up there with their email addresses as well, but you can also find all of this on Moodle. So what do we currently have happening at the college to address mental health and wellness? So every Tuesday on Moodle, I do post some information or strategies about how you can manage stress or anxiety. Every Wednesday, it's Wellness Wednesdays. So at 3 p.m., we take a 20-minute walk. Now that the weather is getting better, we'll probably do it outside. Mindful Fridays. Every Friday at 3 p.m., we engage in a mindfulness practice just to de-stress from the week. Talking circles are usually our bi-weekly group conversational or therapy sessions, so it includes myself and a bunch of students. We get together just to discuss what you want to talk about, and then we end off with a fun activity. And then lastly, on-site or virtual counseling, so that's one-on-one time with myself. You can see me at my office once again, or we can also do it over Teams or video. Okay, so something I want all of you to remember as you begin the school year is self-care. I know it seems pretty self-explanatory, but a lot of times when we get busy with work and school and just other things going on, we forget to take care of ourselves. So self-care, it's the mindset, activities, practices, and habits that we bring to cope with stress, unhappiness, illness, depression, and many more negative emotions. So some great ideas of taking care of yourself is obviously sleep and eat well, practice mindfulness or some sort of physical activity, even eat your favorite food or watch your favorite movie, go out with people, art, listening to music, read a book, take a bath, or take time off social media. So why do I have taboo and stigma up here? Because a lot of cultures still consider mental health as a taboo and it's not so openly talked about. So a taboo is a social or religious custom prohibiting or forbidding discussion of a particular practice or association with a particular person, place, or thing. And a stigma is a negative attitude or idea about a mental, physical, or social feature of a person or group that involves social disapproval. This is usually a big concern for people with mental health conditions and for society. Okay, so I'm going to move on to address bullying. So why is bullying up here and how is it related to mental health and wellness? So bullying can have a direct impact on one's mental health. So starting off with verbal bullying, that's really saying or writing anything that's mean. So teasing, name calling, inappropriate sexual comments, taunting, threatening to cause harm. Social bullying, sometimes referred to as relational bullying. This involves hurting someone's reputation or relationships. So leaving someone out on purpose, telling other people not to be friends with someone or join groups with them, spreading rumors, embarrassing someone in public. Physical bullying, straightforward, it involves hurting a person's body or their things, so hitting, kicking, pinching, spitting, pushing, taking or breaking someone's things, or making mean or rude hand gestures. And lastly, cyberbullying, the most common one, it's bullying through the use of social media or any other messaging platform. So this includes spreading lies about or posting embarrassing photos or videos of someone on social media, sending hurtful, abusive, or threatening messages, images, or videos, and impersonating someone and sending mean messages to others on their behalf through fake accounts. So it's really important to be mindful of those things alongside your classmates and others, because you never know what's happening in someone's life outside of the college. You may not mean to be mean, but someone can perceive it that way, and it can negatively impact them. So bullying is linked to many negative outcomes, which can include substance use and suicide. So it can lead to issues like depression and anxiety, increased feelings of sadness and loneliness, changes in someone's sleep or eating patterns, loss of interest in activities, and decreased attendance and academic achievement. You never want to be the reason someone stops coming to class, so just be really mindful of that. So sexual harassment, the college does take this very, very seriously. Same thing, verbal, no sexual jokes or rumors, no name calling, threats, harassing phone calls, or pressuring someone into any sexual act whatsoever. Nonverbal, no displays of sexual pictures or photos, obscene gestures, body language, whistling. Written, any sexual graffiti, notes, emails, using Facebook or other social media platforms. And lastly, physical, forced sexual conduct. Everyone understands consent is very important. Once again, sexual harassment can also have a huge, huge impact on someone's mental health because you don't know what's triggering for someone or what they've been through. So some mental health symptoms of sexual harassment can include post-traumatic stress disorder, which can cause intrusive memories, flashbacks, nightmares, and emotional distress. Depression, which can affect mood, motivation, and self-esteem. Anxiety, which can cause nervousness, fear, and panic. Substance abuse, which can be a coping mechanism for many. And lastly, suicidal ideation and self-harm, which usually indicates loss of hope and a desire to end the pain. A lot of times with sexual harassment, people do fear disclosing for many of the above reasons. So they don't want others to know because there's a lot of shame and guilt. There's lack of proof, or they fear that they won't be believed. Fear of retaliation, what will this person do to me if I speak up? Being unsure of whether what happened is defined as assault. Not knowing how or who to report to. Fear of being treated poorly or differently. Lack of support. Unaware of options, resources. Their relationship to the perpetrator. And lastly, fear of getting involved with the criminal justice system. I've had a lot of students in the past fear speaking up because they're concerned that this would affect their studies or status in Canada. It won't, because your safety is a priority, and if there's no one else you can tell, you can come and tell me. It does remain confidential, and it is a safe space. So there are other resources as well, like there are community services or referrals. You all have GuardMe. On Friday, there is a more elaborate presentation on how you can use your GuardMe coverage. There's on-campus wellness counseling and activities. There's Venti, which is an AI-powered mental health companion. And then Sano is a charity organization focused on international students that we do work closely with. So along with mental health and wellness support, we do have a college nurse. She couldn't be here today, but her name is Karen. So she is here on a timetable basis, I believe. So she meets with students to discuss any physical or medical health concerns. She'll connect with staff who have any questions regarding students' requests for medical exemptions or requests for virtual learning, and she does provide on-site first aid and emergency care when required. So that's her email address up there as well, but this is also on the Moodle page. So Karen's role here is to assess, evaluate, maintain, and improve the health of students, help promote the prevention of illness and disability, help with early detection and correction of any medical health problems, provide confidential health advice to individual students, to assess students who are feeling ill and assist with symptom management and determine any further needs. So there is also a mobile doctor through GuardMe. To manage and isolate students appropriately who may have an infectious disease such as fever, cough, or other illnesses, and then to communicate with other members of staff and faculty regarding the welfare of all of you. She also assists staff when determining if a student requires any medical documentation for accommodations for missed classes or tests. She'll help respond to any medical emergency situations, help with accessing, like I said, mobile doctor or information with GuardMe health insurance, and to assist in the overall health and wellness needs of students through education and linking them with appropriate community supports. Lastly, we do have a WhatsApp mental health and wellness group. There are over 100 students part of that group now. It's just a great way of building community. We all discuss challenges. We talk there about events coming up. If you'd like, you can scan it. It's also on my door right by reception, and it's also on the Moodle page. For any students who, okay, I'll give it a couple of seconds, but for any students who don't get to today, like I said, it's everywhere. And lastly, stay tuned. We are going to have a multicultural and an expressive arts day coming up in June. We had a talent show earlier this year, which was really successful. Students came out and were able to express themselves through art, dance, poetry, much more. So yeah, that's all for me. Thank you guys for listening, and I hope to see all of you.
Hello, nice meeting you. My name is Zoe. I'm an immigration consultant of the college. So in this part of the international student orientation, we're going to talk about some important questions about your student immigration status in Canada. First, we will start by talking a little about our immigration services at the college and what we are able to provide in terms of service. We will be able to help with your study permit, work permit application. We will be able to provide you information and guidance on how to do the application. And we're also gonna help with your entry visa, your extension. If you need to restore your status, we will be able to help. And we can also help with replacement of lost or stolen documents. And if you are interested in permanent residency programs in Canada, we will be able to help with the information. And if you are having any concerns about IRCC policies and the regulations, you can always find the immigration service at the college, and we will be happy to help you with that. So in this session, we are going to go through some important questions and make sure you can answer them after this session. For example, do you know what is your important immigration documents in Canada? And do you know how to understand your immigration documents? Also, do you know what is required to keep your status in Canada as an international student? Also, do you know what options you have for work and what you need to do as a student to make sure you can, for example, if you want to settle in Canada after graduation, what you need to do as a student now? Okay, we will begin with understanding our immigration documents. So you have several immigration documents that verify your immigration status as a legal international student. And each of your documents have different details that are important. We are going to go over these documents one by one, and I'm going to point out each of the things that you need to look for and those things that you need to be aware of. So firstly, it's your passport. You all have a passport to come here to study in Canada. And it is very important to keep your passport valid all the time. So if your passport expires, you will not be able to extend your documents. You will not be able to, for example, renew your driver license or apply for a driver's license. And if you are within 6 months of your passport expiration date and you leave Canada, you may probably not be able to come back. So it is critical to keep your passport safe and valid at all times while you're in Canada. You can renew your passport through your embassy in Canada, contact the authority if your passport is going to expire. Then you have the TRV or ETA, that is Temporary Resident Visa or Electronic Travel Authorization. You will have either one of that based on the country of citizenship of yours. And when you apply for your first study permit, you do not need to apply for a TRV if you require a visa to enter Canada. When your study permit being approved, you are automatically issued a temporary resident visa. That is the stamp printed on your passport. It is usually issued for the same duration as your study permit. So because you waited so long for this first visa, so some of you may think this is the most important immigration document in Canada. It is not. We will talk about this a little bit later. And then you have the study permit, which is a status document that allows you to legally study and stay in Canada. And last but not least, if you have a co-op placement in your program, you should have a co-op work permit. So some of you should have already get a co-op work permit at the port of entry. Some of you didn't, but don't worry about it. If you do not have a co-op work permit and you have a co-op placement in your program, you can apply for one. So temporary resident visa, again, it is only an entry document, meaning that you can use the visa or ETA to come into Canada or travel internationally. However, it is not your status document. So once you enter Canada, actually you do not need that if you do not leave the country. And you can check the expiry date of your TRV. If you want to leave Canada, make sure you have a valid TRV when you come back to Canada. If it expires while you are in Canada and you do not want to travel internationally, it is okay. It can be invalid while you are in Canada. You do not need that unless you want to leave Canada and re-enter. And then study permit. That is a status document that defines you as an international student. So on your study permit, you can see your personal information, your name, your date of birth, your country of citizenship, and you can see the details about your programs. Please read your study permit carefully to make sure there's no mistake. Sometimes there will be, for example, a typo in your name or something's wrong about your country of citizenship. You will need to contact RCC immediately and correct those errors on your study permit. And also on your study permit, there will be some conditions. So you will see the conditions and the remarks. Please again, read the study permit carefully. You will need to follow those conditions. You cannot violate those remarks and conditions while you're studying in Canada. So for example, some of you may accept employment or you see some conditions about employment on your study permit. That means if you meet certain requirements, you may be able to work as an international student in Canada. If you do not have that, you may need to contact IRCC to add those conditions. And if on your study permit there is a condition saying you are not allowed to take employment in Canada, you cannot work with that study permit. Okay. And also, it's very important to check the expiration date of your study permit. If your study permit cannot cover the whole program of study here, you need to extend your study permit at least 4 months ahead of time. If you do not extend your study permit before it expires, you may lose your status in Canada. You may need to leave Canada. Although you can restore your status in Canada, you will have to pay additional fees, and it will take months to do that. And you cannot work, you cannot study if you lose your status. So again, please check the expiry date. Remember that, mark it on your calendar if it's necessary. Please do not miss the deadline to extend that document. And as an international student, as a study permit holder in Canada, you are required to actively pursue study in Canada. So what does it mean to actively pursue study? So IRCC requires students to always be enrolled with the DLI. That means you always need to be enrolled with Lambton College, and you must make progress towards finishing your program. And you must respect the conditions listed on your study permit. And you need to leave Canada if that document expires and you do not extend it. And for someone who are going to, for example, take additional leave in your study, for example, you need to stop studying because of a medical reason, because of family emergency, or you simply need to do something else, remember that the maximum day you can leave from study in Canada is 150 days. And if something happens, if something unexpected happened during your study here and you have to take a leave from the college, remember you always need to consult with the college first. Let the college know about your plan. Let the college know about that you are not going to be able to attend classes. And remember, again, the leave cannot be longer than 150 days. And you must have a valid reason for that leave. For example, a serious illness, family emergency, or pregnancy, you cannot attend school because of those kind of reasons. And also, you are not allowed to work if you take additional leave from your study. Although, for example, the school authorized your leave, you cannot work, okay? And you will need to keep all your documents about your leave. You will need to keep a record of your supporting documents. If you take a leave because of a medical reason, you will need to keep a record of your doctor's note or medical report, because in your future application for study permit extension, of your future application for post-graduation work permit, you will need to explain to IRCC why you take this additional leave. So try your best to keep a full-time student status at the college, and try your best to make efforts towards the completion of this program. And to complete the program following your program map. You all have the program map, read it, and complete the program as supposed to be. There will be some risk of leave. Even if your authorized leave is approved by the college, RCC officer may still think there is a reasonable if they have a reason to believe you didn't actually actively pursue study, they may refuse your future applications. And something about your co-op work permit. So how many of you have already got a co-op work permit at the airport? Okay, great, thank you. I think most of you have already got it. And if you haven't got it from the airport, you can apply to have one on our RCC website. It's free of charge, and the application is not complicated. You just need to gather some documents and submit your application. If you do not know how to do that, you are welcome to visit the immigration service at the college. We will be able to help you with that. And your co-op work permit is usually at the same expiration date of your study permit. So if you need to extend your study permit, usually it means you need to extend your co-op work permit at the same time. And the IRCC processing time for study permit and work permit can take up to 4 months. So if you need to extend any of your document, plan ahead and apply as soon as possible. Let's take a look at the sample of co-op work permit. You will also see your name, your date of birth, your country of citizenship on it, and in the details section of your co-op work permit. For your occupation, for your employer, for your location, it can be anything. So some people will have the occupation to be open, some people will have it to be any, or some people will have a co-op work permit that does not show any occupation information. It's all okay. And for the location, it can be Toronto, it can be Sanya, it can be anywhere. It is a partially open work permit. So as long as you work for an employer that is approved by college co-op program, you are okay to go. However, if there are some condition and the remarks that identify you can only work for an employer, for example, in Sanya, you may need to contact IRCC and change that, okay? So for those important documents, I would suggest you make a copy of them as soon as possible. Take a photo of it in case you lose or your document got stolen. And if there's something wrong, if there's a mistake on your document, you will need to contact IRCC immediately to amend your documents. And if your document is lost or got stolen, you will need to contact IRCC to apply for a replacement. Then about work in Canada. So as many of you already know, as an international student, if you keep a full-time status with the college, you may be able to work as a student. But before you accept any kind of job, you need to check whether you meet the working eligibility. There are different kinds of work. For example, on-campus work and off-campus work, you must have a valid study permit for it. You must be a full-time student. You must have a SIN number. And for co-op employment, you must have a valid co-op work permit. And for work after graduation, you must have a valid post-graduation work permit to do it. Then how many hours can you work? For on-campus employment, you can work full-time. So what is on-campus employment? That is, your employer is the college. So if you work for the college, you can work full-time. If you want to work for other employers outside the college, currently the policy says you can only work 20 hours per week during regular school session. However, RCC is holding a press conference now actually, so they may have some updates on the working hour, and we will be able to know that by the end of today. And during scheduled breaks, you can work full-time. However, during authorized breaks, you cannot work. And work after graduation, that happens like 1.5 years later, but in order to be eligible for a post-graduation work permit, you must be a full-time student in your at least first 3 semesters. And some of you may have heard about that new policy about PGWP, and some of you are kind of worried about that. But for our students, for all of you here joining us today, you are still eligible for post-graduation work permit. If you complete a 2-year program with the college, you are eligible for a 3-year PGWP. So in the end, a little bit about immigration compliance. So what is immigration compliance? That means as an international student, it is your responsibility to keep a valid status in Canada. You must be responsible for yourself and do not violate any regulations, do not violate any RCC rules. So what causes violation? As an international student, for example, you failed to attend class, or you failed to keep your full-time student status, or you fail to pay tuition so that you cannot register with the college, or you have too many academic suspension, something like that. Those are all examples of violation. And if you violate the condition, you may lose your status and you may need to leave Canada. So it's very important to know about the immigration policy, to know about the updates. And here you can see on the slides, it's the RCC website, Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada. You can get the most accurate and updated information on this website. And if you have concerns, again, you can come to the school's immigration consultant. You can go to immigration lawyer. Do not only listen to a friend or neighbor or colleague, because their information may not apply to you. Just to summarize, again, I need to repeat myself. Please study full-time. Please make continuous progress towards the completion of the study. Please never work without authorization, and keep your immigration documents accurate and 100% no error and up to date. And consult the college before you make any decision about your education program. So if you decided to defer your program, if you decided to change your program, if you decided to take a leave, you need to consult with the college first. Yeah, that's pretty much for today. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand. Yeah. Oh, what you define as a full-time student? You will be able to find your student status in your database. So normally, if you follow the program map, if you take the classes, you take the courses on your program map, you are full-time students. Okay. Yeah. You mean the co-op? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, great question. Within Canada, it's not only Ontario, it can be anywhere in Canada. And for co-op, if you find a job and that employment is approved by college's co-op program, it can be anywhere in Canada. Okay, I think that's for today, and thank you for joining me, and hopefully you all have a great journey here. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. So you have a bit of a break now. The next session is going to start at 1:30, and it'll be academic integrity and student success, and it's in this room. And then we will start we'll break out into Canadian culture, student services, and FSIT at 2:45. So I'm going to put the QR code back up. Thank you. If you haven't scanned your QR code, make sure that you do this. We do this for two reasons. One, so we can get a sense of how many students are here today, but also so that you can win prizes at the end of the day. So back here at 1:30 for the next session, you have a break now. Meet your neighbors, go for a walk, try to get to know campus, find your way around. There is a map on the back of your schedule, so you can and you can go next door too. Okay, so we'll see you at 1:30.
Microphone check, 1 2 1 2. Okay, this is my voice on TV. Hi everyone. Welcome to a session, and this one is called student success and academic integrity, right? So, okay, so today we have our presenters for the tutoring center. We have Sahil and Sakshi. Pranav is here, or no? Just the two of you guys? Okay, so these guys are awesome. Not only that, but I will point out, I was an instructor here, and I always love to say this, but this is one of my former students, and now look at him. He runs a tutoring center, so I look forward to his success. After that, someone called Mark is also going to be presenting academic integrity after that presentation. So without further ado, please welcome Sahil. Okay, cool. Yes, welcome. Here you go.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you so much, guys. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Canada. Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. And we are really excited to see you here. Every orientation, we see new faces, and we are really excited during this process because we see a lot of you guys, and we love to meet you guys. So my name is Sahil Vadva. I'm Student Success Counselor at the Tutoring Center. And as you can see, we do academic success support program. So what does that mean? So we basically help all the students succeed academically. Now, it's not just the academic part we do a lot of fun part as well, which you're gonna see. So we have a lot of academic clubs at the college. We have academic assistance such as peer tutoring and various different resources we have. We have a bundle of resources which we are gonna cover. So all these resources we are gonna cover today in this presentation. And as you can see, we have 12 resources. I'm gonna go one by one over them. So the first thing is academic clubs. Have you guys been to the study room over there? If not, I would suggest all of you guys to go there and check out the academic clubs. And you can be a part of those clubs. So have you guys ever been a part of academic clubs back home, in school, in colleges? No? You guys should do that because it gives you a lot of experience. You guys get to organize some events in the college, make connections with the external organizations that we work with, and it's definitely great for networking as well. And also you gain the confidence to run your show. So basically you are the head and you make the events happen. You make life of other students better. So we have these clubs. First of all, PM Guild for project management students. Next, SCMT for supply chain students. Toastmasters. Have you guys heard of Toastmasters? Anyone? Anyone? Raise your hand. Okay, very few. So Toastmasters is a global organization, and it helps with public speaking and speaking skills. So if any one of you, like me, if you're scared to speak in front of people, you guys can be a part of Toastmasters Club. And they're gonna help you to improve your English speaking, in your presentation skills, and speaking in front of like public speaking. So I would really encourage, it's for all of the students, so I encourage all of you guys to be a part of this Toastmasters Club. We recently incorporated it back. We had it before COVID, then we kind of lost it. Now we are getting this back. So all of you guys are invited to join the club. Next, we have ASQ for our quality students, Business Caucus Club for business, finance students, and marketing students. And then the last is GDSC Club for all the IT program related programs in the college. Next, these are all the associations that our college works with. So we have a lot of organizations that come to the college, organize events, and are also there to support you guys. For example, first of all, we have Ladlia, which is for our female students. So any female students, if you are facing any problems with your daily life or something, you can reach out to Ladlia, and they are there for you guys. Next, RBC. RBC is Royal Bank of Canada. So also they organize a lot of events in the college. You guys can also get in touch with them. Habitat for Humanity, it's for the construction. So they do build homes for the less fortunates, and all of you guys can join that. And you guys are insured for that, so if anything happens, you guys are insured, so you guys are covered. So we are not just sending you there, you guys are covered. We make sure that you are okay. Next, North Bay Community House, so they do help with taxes and landlord-tenant acts. We also have a session with them, I think this Thursday or Friday. So you guys can also check that. And all these different organizations we work with. You guys can definitely get in touch with them, tell them you're a Lambton College in Toronto student, and they are there to help you guys. Next, LinkedIn Learning. How many of you guys are on LinkedIn? Okay, quite a lot. That's good. So those who are not on LinkedIn, I would suggest all of you to be on LinkedIn because that's going to help you a lot in Canada. Because you're going to be looking for jobs soon, and you're going to notice that the best thing to get a job is networking. If you don't have a network, you'll be facing really hard time to get a job. So get on LinkedIn, make connections, get in touch with your peer students, get in touch with the staff. Our director Michael, who has more than thousands of connections on his side, get in touch with all of them and make connections. Ask them like how's Canada, how's Lambton College, how's this field, how's this, that. How can I get this job? Or people from the companies which are interested to join, get in touch with them, talk to them that how can I join this company, I'm really interested. Which certification should I get? Get on LinkedIn and make these connections because they are really going to help you. And then LinkedIn Learning is a platform free of cost for all of you guys. It has more than 21,000 courses available, free of cost to you. So it could be anything related to your program which you might want to learn about. For example, if in class you think that this concept you're not aware of or it was not clear to you, you can get on LinkedIn Learning, search for that, and take the course there. Or let's say you are a DOCT student, but you want to learn Photoshop. You can also do that. You can follow your passion over there. So get on LinkedIn Learning, just check it out, browse through all the courses available, make use of it so that you can get maximum skills and experience through that. And also, you can use this link, so you'll receive an email from me pretty soon once your study starts with all the resources, all the links. So you can use the links over there also. We have QR code over there if anyone wants to scan. You can scan that and use this LinkedIn Learning resource. And we recently won these 2 awards from LinkedIn Learning. One is Academy Award and one is Learning Champion. So we have been one of the colleges which has highest number of staff and students using LinkedIn Learning in North America, and we recently won these awards for them. So it's a really great achievement. Next, mentorship programs. All of you guys need a mentor here because you might face problems in your life and you would need some support. Whom do you go to? You can get on this mentorship program and you can, like as a Lambton student, you can just create an account with your student ID and it's gonna help you meet a mentor who can assist you with anything you might be facing, or make connections in general. You can meet your peer students over there, you can meet graduates, or you can meet somebody who's working in a professional company. And you can ask them all the questions related to like whatever your needs are. How do I get this job, or something personal, I want to develop my professional skills. You can get a mentor and they can assist you with that. Once you sign up, it's going to ask you your exact needs, what you need, and accordingly it will match you with the mentor who provides those services. So it's a great tool. I encourage all of you guys to use this as well. Workshop and speaker series. So throughout the term, we organize a lot of workshops in the college. Most of them are in person, but some of them are online. The associations I mentioned, all those associations organize workshops in the college. And some of them which we particularly, our tutoring center organizes are APA workshop. Are you guys aware of APA? No? Okay. So APA is a format which you're going to use for your assignments or any exams, assignments and stuff. You're going to use APA format. It's basically references, citations and all that. So you're definitely going to need that. And this Thursday we have a workshop on APA. You guys can also join that and see how you can like make your assignments to make sure you don't get plagiarized. Okay. And next, Java, Python for the IT students. Exam tips for students who might need some tips during exams. I know we get a lot of these, we get a lot of attendances and we got a lot of, what do we say? Okay, like meeting requests regarding these things when the exams are approaching, we have a lot of students coming to us for exams, tips and tricks. So yeah, make sure you attend those. Resume and cover letter. If you have any queries about resume and cover letter, you can also join those workshops because back home, you guys use different kind of resumes which might not work here. So you have to make sure that your resume is up to date with the Canadian standards. So you can also join these workshops. interview tips and tricks, and AI. Everyone uses ChatGPT, right? So you can also join these workshops. Next, we have these two tools for you, which are also AI powered, VMock and Devont. So VMock is basically for interviews. It can help you with your interview skills and it help you to prepare for the interviews. So it's basically an AI assistant which is going to take your interview. It's not a person, it's AI. And it's going to tell you that this is what you can improve in your interview skills to get the job. For example, it could be either your facial expressions, it could be your tone of speech, those things. So you can use this tool. And next we have Devont, which is basically a job search tool. So you can go there, put what kind of job you want, all your needs, and it's gonna accordingly search on the web for the jobs, and it's gonna show you that. And also it's good for networking, it's good for making connections as well. There are also many sessions that happen, Q&A sessions. You can also join that and prepare for that. And next I would invite my colleague Sakshi for the next part.
Thanks, Sahil. Hello, everyone. I said, hi, everyone. How are you guys? Fine, just fine. Why in so lethargic face? Fine. You're not fine. You're lazy. Don't worry, I don't take your much time. So, my name is Sakshi. I'm Tutoring Center Operations Coordinator. I was student like you guys back in 2019. I was from SCMT program. Well, now I'm working in a tutoring center as an operations coordinator here. So today I will introduce one of my favorite program in the tutoring center that we are providing. Any of you guys have any idea about the tutoring program, what I'm going to talk about? Any of you guys? Any of you guys? No? It's written here. Still no? Never mind. Okay. So if you guys feeling stuck in your studies, if you feel like back home study curriculum was very different, here it's going to be totally changed. So if you feel like stuck in your studies, you need extra help, academic assistance in your course, PowerPoint presentations, chapters, quizzes, so on and so forth, and basically in assignments. If you need extra help, where you have to come? You have to come to the tutoring center. What are the services that we're providing here? One-on-one tutoring, group tutoring, and workshops. So you will be provided these services by your senior students in the same program who they are studying same course. Now, who are these tutors? Told you. They're in the Dean's Honors list who have already GPA more than 3.5, and they are taking care of all the courses. You can take as many sessions as you want, free of cost. You don't have to pay anything extra for that. If you are not able to understand curriculum in your class, if you feel like FSIT or SCMT or CCBT is completely changed, is completely different what you had studied back home, no worries. Our tutors can help you. Again, it's free. You can go for one-on-one tutoring, group tutoring, and as Sahil mentioned, workshops. It's very, very, very important for you guys to attend APA workshop among all workshops. Why? APA workshops, you have any idea about the APA workshop or no? Not yet? No worries then. Mark will explain you guys. Mark? Yes. And APA workshop is like, these sessions gonna happen on Thursday, May 2nd. 3 sessions will happen. Make sure you attend at least one session. You will get the brief overview of the citations and the references that you're gonna use in your assignments, in your paperwork, so that you can submit your assignments plagiarism free, so that you don't have to see Mark. If you don't submit your paperwork in a right manner, then Mark gonna harm you. Right, Mark? Yeah. Yes. Moving forward, how to become a tutor. If you feel like you are amazing in your academics, you are excellent, you are an outstanding performer, then this position is for you guys. You guys can become a tutor with us, academic tutor, if you have a GPA more than 3 in all the courses in the first semester. 6 courses you are studying, 6 courses have more GPA, more than 3 GPA, you are free to apply for this position. This is academic volunteer tutor position. You guys will get the chance to work with us, to teach your juniors, and to teach your group mates with this program. What you have to do is submit your resume, not now, in semester second. Submit your resume over here, and then you will be called for the interview. Any questions so far for this program? Yes? No? Okay. How to book an appointment? You guys have your Moodle credentials? Yes? Yes, right? You know how to log into that? Yes, that's great. Like last semester, many of the students who came to me was like, oh, I'm failing in the course. Can I retake the test? I don't have money for the makeup course. I was like, no. Why you didn't come for the tutoring services? I must have assigned you one tutor, and then you could have passed the course. And they were like, oh, I was not aware of the tutoring services. I was like, why you were not aware of that? Because it was on the Moodle. And she was like, oh, I didn't check it. Then whose mistake is this? Students, her mistake. So make sure, take your time, go over each and here you go. When you log into the Moodle, log into the home page, there you can see on the More drop-down menu, you will see the tutoring services, not only the tutoring center department, what student services is doing, what academic services, academic department is doing, what co-op and career department is doing. Go over there and you will check all the services, make sure you guys use the services if you are not aware of. Moving forward, how to book an appointment with the tutor, or if you will be one of the tutor, how you can tell your students that they can book an appointment with you guys if you are tutor in the college. Log into the Moodle credentials, then you will see this page. You will see this page, go on the drop-down menu from the More, Tutoring Center, and it will take you directly to this online booking portal. Online booking portal, you can directly see that you want WLC. What's WLC? I'll tell you guys. AHCT, PMIT, SCMT, so on and so forth. You can see the availability of all the tutors, okay? This can be one-on-one sessions. This can be in person or online upon your request, however you like. We'll give you the sessions, and that's it. WLC. I'm not sure many of you guys even need it or you don't need it, but WLC is if any one of you guys, if you are struggling in your language skills, especially speaking, if you have fear to talk into the presentations in the class, or you need extra help from English instructors, don't worry. Where you have to go? Again, same process, follow the same process, go on WLC, the very first thing, and then you'll be able to book 30 to 60-minute sessions. You can book it every week. Or if you want us to create a study plan for you, which I did last semester, so many of students were struggling in the English speaking, like they were really good in their academics, but they were not sure how to talk properly. There are so many students gonna be. What we did is create a study plan for them. It's completely free. Again, you can come, our English instructors can help you with that. All right? So that's all my part. Do you have any questions for me, guys? Yes? No? Would you like to become a tutor next semester? Yes? Yes? How many of you are? That's it? Okay, never mind. Next is early intervention. I'll take it over to the Sahil. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sakshi. So here comes a scary part. Is there any student who thinks they want to fail? Any student? No, right? Okay, so this is what I do. Early intervention. So this program we launched in 2018 just to make sure you guys don't fail and you pass and you graduate on time. So what this does is, as the name suggests, we intervene early. So I check performance and attendance of all the students throughout your course, throughout your term, and make sure like those students who are below 50%, I reach out to those students that, hey, your performance is low, hey, your attendance is low. And at that time, students are aware that they are not performing well, they have to catch up in order to graduate, in order to pass the course, otherwise they will fail, right? So once I reach out, I hope I don't reach out to you guys, but if I reach out to you, what you have to do, you have to just reach out to me back. You have to reply me back with any concerns that you might have, or if you need any help. For example, some students say that their um, calendar is not according to, like, it's not, the schedule, class schedule is not perfect for them. They have job at that time and then they have to come from Brampton. They're not able to do that, so that's why they're missing classes. Any concern you have, you can just let me know, and then I can assist you with that. I can forward your request to the particular department or with ourselves if we can, and then we can solve your problem. We are there to help you, and through this program, we are there telling you guys that you might fail, and we don't want you to fail, so that you can make sure you do the correct thing and pass on time. We started this only for the undergrad programs, which are BSND and CPCT, back in 2018. At that time, you won't believe the failure rate was 150% for those courses. 150 how? Students failing in multiple courses. And now, after like 6 years, where we are? At 15%. So we have dropped like 10 times ever since we started this. So if you receive any of these emails, just let me know and how we can help you so that we can make sure you don't fail, right? Next is AccuPlacer. This is only for the undergrads. This also we started like in 2018-19. We saw that a lot of undergrads were struggling with their English and maths. So we started taking this test at the beginning of the term, and so that we know that which students need the help. If the student fails this test, which is just 30% the passing score, if they don't even score 30%, then we know that this student needs help. And we provide them mandatory tutoring for them. We make a plan for them so that they can improve their English and math skills. And then we take the test again at the end of the term to see how much they have improved. And this basically helps them with their English course and maths course. And we have been able to also reduce the failure rates in those two courses. Next, WeCare. All of you guys were in the WhatsApp group, right, during your orientation, where you were asking questions. So those groups are gonna be closed very soon, and we are gonna transfer you over here, WeCare. As you guys are new to this country, you might have a lot of questions. For example, how do I get my student discount at Presto card, at my bus pass? Or something related to college, like where do I submit this assignment? Where do I check my grades? All of those questions you can ask in these WeCare groups. We are gonna send you a link, and these groups are gonna be on MS Teams, Microsoft Teams. You're gonna log into MS Teams with your student ID, at the @MyLambton ID which you have, and you're gonna receive the link. You're gonna join the group to your particular program. For example, OHST, those students join the OHST program. Likewise, you're gonna join your program, and we have staff members as well as volunteers over there who are gonna be there to answer your questions. So make sure any question you have this resource. You can ask all those questions here, and you can get the answer. Next, CCR. Is there anyone who is currently working at a job here in Canada? Anyone? No, right? So you don't have any Canadian experience as of now. And later on, you'll find out soon when you're looking for jobs that Canadian experience is required by many employers in order to get a job. So how do you gain that experience without actually working a job? So this thing comes in place that time. We have a lot of volunteer opportunities in the college which are CCR approved. So those volunteer opportunities give you the opportunity to gain the experience, Canadian experience. So I would encourage all of you guys to either join academic clubs, become a tutor, become a WeCare partner, or become like these orientation volunteers we have. You guys can do all those stuff, and those are CCR approved. You can get a CCR for the same. And that you can use to, when you're applying for jobs, to showcase to your employer that, hey, I have this experience, I have Canadian experience, I have volunteered in this college for this thing, and I have organized these many events, or whatsoever experience you gain. So the certificate has your name, your student ID, and authenticity code. So authenticity code, any employer can check all across Canada that this certificate is legit, they have the access. So it's validated, it's legit certificate, they can easily check, and it's like respected all over Canada, so it's gonna work anywhere you apply for jobs in Canada. And that's all from my side. So you guys can scan the QR code behind me to see all the resources that we offer. Also, our email address is tutoringcenter@sistercollege.com. You guys can email us for any queries, for anything. And our office is right above. If you go up the stairs, turn right, you will see our office. And any questions? Okay, thank you so much, guys, and welcome again. We are going to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our student success team and Sahil and Sakshi. Thank you so much for that. Okay, now we're moving on to everyone's most exciting and favorite topic of the whole day, academic integrity, right? Yay, academic and fans of academic. No, okay, all right, cool, okay. Anyways, so as a quick introduction, just to make sure that you know who's speaking to you, I'll introduce myself. Next speaker is Mark Gonzalez. He's the academic integrity officer. That's me. And so, yeah, I mean, I think in my position, it's nice to come and see students like this on very positive terms, because in most cases when I meet students, they're not so great meetings. You know what I mean? Like there's a not so great reason that you're meeting with Mark. So just as an introduction as to what my job is as academic integrity officer, the easiest way to do this is to give you the speech that I give students when I meet with them in one-on-one meetings. So I'll just say, hi, my name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the academic integrity officer, and it's my job to review student submissions and make sure it's okay to grade depending on what I hear from you, depending on what I hear from your instructor, and depending on what actually happened in the actual submission. So I look at all that stuff, put it all together, and then I decide, is it okay for your teacher to give you a grade or not? And that's the basics of my job in the nicest way. In a more direct way, I mean, honestly, I check to see if you cheated, and if you cheated, you won't get a grade. I mean, that's, the not so great way of saying my job. So that results in me, having very, very interesting interactions with students on campus. I hope I'm not scary, but sometimes I'll be in an elevator. There'll be a full-on conversation. This is true. This has happened dozens of times now in my time as academic integrity officer. Full-on conversations, chatting, ha, 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 ha. I walk into the elevator. Silence. Just quiet. Oh my God, Mark. And then I hear my name. And then everyone kind of knows me. And then they just stop talking like I was going to go in there and start giving people zeros or something. I don't know. You don't have to do that. I hope I'm not that scary around the campus. So if you see me on campus, you don't have to run away, turn the other direction. You can say hi. It's okay. I'll say hi back. It's fine. I don't bite, All right. So today, I love this session, and we're going to talk about a whole bunch of things, but just so that you're aware of who you're talking to, I've said it 1,000 times, but there's Mark up there. There are 3 of us in this little quality assurance department that we have. So you've seen Shauna Sheldon already. That's my boss. She is walking around sometimes, presenting some things sometimes. There's another person, Colin. You'll see him giving the prize out for the Kahoot and the whole thing. You'll see him shortly in just a bit. And also during the semester, you might see him come into your class and evaluate how your instructor is teaching you, right? He's going to be sitting in the back watching the whole class. So you'll see each of us throughout the term for various reasons. You'll see me for less positive reasons than that, but we're going to go through a whole bunch of things today. Here's the list of things that I'm going to try to say in 30 minutes. I'm going to say lots of stuff, but to sum up what I want to do today is I want to make sure that in the nicest possible way, I never see you again after today. You don't have to meet me for any reason, okay? If you want to avoid me entirely, that's okay, I understand. I totally get where you're coming from, and this session will teach you how to do that, okay? I want to show you how to submit work honestly, originally, and without having any issues of, potential dishonesty or breach of policy or many different reasons for meeting with me. And I will say, at the end of the day, you're in your first term. There's a good chance maybe some of you will have meetings with me. It's not the end of the world if you meet with me. We just have to have a talk about what happened. You just tell me what happened, and that's really all you need to do in those cases. You don't have to be terrified of such a meeting, and I hope that the meetings don't go very poorly. They rarely ever do, okay? But I'm going to teach you all that stuff. I'm going to teach you the tools that we give you as well. So we give you some tools like Grammarly. ChatGPT, that's a new thing. I just heard about it a couple days ago. Do you know what that is? Anyone? Yeah? Any fans of Yeah, a couple. There were a lot more when Sahil said ChatGPT. The whole, yeah, I know. When I come, oh no, what is this, sir? I have no clue what this is. Okay, but I'm going to teach you about that stuff as well today, so that you understand how to use that, because I use it all the time. Every day I use it, and I expect you all to use it too. I don't expect you to run away from it. It's new technology, and I'm just going to show you how to do it, or how to use it correctly, how to use it right, okay? So, what is academic integrity? It's just making sure that the stuff you hand in is honest work. We can trust you, okay? And also, it's on the flip side, when you give us something, we are fair about how we make a decision on your stuff, okay? So I may have mentioned to you in a previous session on Canadian culture today about how fair we are and we like to follow rules and stuff like that. Well, I mean, we all follow rules. These are the different things that we have that different groups of people follow. So this college staff like myself will follow rules. We expect you as students to follow rules, but your teachers follow rules too. I'm not going to just, I say this sometimes, but I'm not just going to walk through the hallways and just grab a student and say, hey, are you cheating? And then you have to say, no, sir, and then I let you go. Okay, that's not part of the rules, right? There's a process that I follow, rules that I follow if you are reported for these things, okay? So you can expect certain things from me and from the other faculty that you see on campus, and we just want to make sure that you understand a few things. One, as far as assignments and tests go, as far as evaluations of any kind, you need notice. That means we tell you in advance when to expect these things to happen. We will not give you a surprise quiz in 5 minutes just because we didn't feel like, doing anything. So just, here's a test for you guys, okay? That's not going to happen, all right? You will know ahead of time. And you'll be able to communicate with all of us. You can talk to me. You can email me anytime you want. You can email your instructors anytime you want. You can contact student services. There are many ways to communicate, but the important thing is that you use them. Because a lot of people will not ask any questions, do the wrong thing, and then come to me and say, oh, sorry, sir, I didn't know I couldn't do that. And that doesn't really work, right? That doesn't really work as an excuse. So be sure you communicate. Open communication, so important. Advocate for yourself, so important for these whole kinds of academic situations, okay? All right, good. But let's keep going. We're going to jump right into it. We're going to talk about tests in particular, all right? If you're taking a test on campus, we use all digital tests. So you'll be using a device of some kind, preferably a PC, not your phone, to take your tests. But no paper. You're not writing a test on paper, right? So there are specific instructions to follow for that, and you need to follow those instructions. Here's an example. So we use the laptops and the computers. There might be some computer labs. These are rooms with computers in it, the ones that say don't go in there. Those are full of computers. So you're going to have a device of some kind doing the test. For all of your tests, there's something called Respondus Lockdown Browser. That's what we use to lock down the browser so that you only have the test open when it's test time, okay? How do you know that that thing works? Well, all of your Moodle pages will contain something called a practice test. That will let you download the lockdown browser, test it out by doing a fake test, and making sure everything works. You'll do this a few days before the real test, okay? So, sometimes it doesn't work. You can find it out during the practice test, okay? So if it breaks down or if it doesn't work, you can tell your instructor it didn't work, and then he'll see what he can do to give you some assistance. But then, let's say you're taking the real exam, and your lockdown browser isn't working on the day of the test. Now you've got to say, sir, I can't access my test right now. I'm losing time. What do I do? They'll send you to like the IT department. They'll try to figure it out. Maybe they solve it. Maybe they don't. But you're losing time this whole time. Okay? So now what? Now you're going to go to your instructor and say, hey, I didn't get to do that test properly because the thing was broken. Can I retake the test or something? Can you do something for me to help me? And then the teacher will ask you, well, did you take the practice test before the actual test? And how you answer this question is going to be pretty important. If you took the practice test, in many cases, they will let you reschedule the exam and do it on a different date. If you said, no, I didn't, I forgot, oh, I was busy, oh man, my cat died, my grandmother died a couple times, I don't know, who knows what happens, right? Well, then maybe you will not be able to take the test because you didn't follow the instructions, okay? So instructions are so important. Just an example, just as an example, okay? We want to make sure that your work is honest. We want to make sure you're not just copy-pasting. And what I mean by copy-pasting is I mean like a not real copy-paste. I mean like the night before you're studying for an exam, you read through the textbook, and you use your brain to like Control C to copy it, and then you just go over the next day, and then you just Control V, and you just paste exactly what you remember from the book directly into your response. That doesn't tell me how much you know and how much you understand. It tells me how much your brain can hold, but it doesn't tell me you understand the stuff you're holding. So it's important not to just memorize, but to understand the content. So what do I recommend in all these cases? Read a thing, put it away, and then write about it to see how much you know and how much you understand from what you just read. Okay? The best way I can describe it as well is think about a movie, right? Think about a movie. Think about some kind of, what do kids watch nowadays? Spider-Man, okay? So think about like one of those movies, okay? And then you watch it, and your friend asks you, hey, did you watch that movie? And then they're like, yeah, I did. What was it about? Like, what happened? Tell me about it. You're not going to say, oh, well, first it said Sony Pictures Presents, and then it faded away, and then it said directed by, I don't know, some guy, and then it said, oh, Spider-Man as so-and-so. And you're not going to do that. You're not going to tell them piece by piece exactly what happens in the movie. That's crazy, right? I mean, that's really weird. Although impressive, but weird. You would just tell them what you remember about the movie, and that's it, okay? So consider that when it comes time to write a paragraph on a test. Consider that when it comes to an assignment, okay? How do you deliver that information? Very important, okay? But closed book tests and open book tests. Those of you that are astute, you probably know what this is, but I will just explain it for you. A closed book test, your books are closed, and an open book test, your books are not closed, right? So that's just basically what that is. But by default, all your tests, if your teacher says nothing about this, your test is going to be a closed book exam, okay? It's rare, but sometimes there are open book, but they're going to tell you open book, open book, open book, open book the whole way through. You can ask about open book, but if you think it's an open book, but no one said open book, so you just pull out a book and you start looking at stuff, that's called cheating. I mean, that's just what that is, you know? And then you get to meet me. We'll have a conversation, and it'll be great, right, for me, but not so much for you, okay? So, yeah. So be careful with open book and closed book. But also, these last two on this slide deck, some of the most important pieces of information I'll give you all day today, okay? You are all adults. We trust you with your bladders and with your whole sense of, you know, do I need to use the bathroom now or not? Okay, we get that. No one's going to stop you from using the bathroom during a test or wherever. You can go to the bathroom. But as soon as you exit the room, your test is done, okay? So, can I hold it? I don't know. You don't have to ask your teacher if you can hold it. You could just go, right? But just remember, your test is over when you leave the room. On the flip side, I said that all your tests are on computer, so I'm on the bus going to school. I'm going to be 5 minutes late, maybe 20 minutes late, maybe 40 minutes late. But my tests are on a computer, and I have my computer in my backpack. And I have access to the internet from where I am. What I could do is, hey, I could just take the test in the bus and then get to class and then complete the test in class, and I won't lose any time, right? Good idea? Who would do that? Yeah, maybe, good idea? Yep. No, it is not a good idea. Please do not do that. And this is actually one of the reasons why, you know, they employ me, frankly, because I meet with students that do this all the time, okay? Never for any reason, take an examination outside of the exam room, okay? If you're not in the room at the time of the test, the solution, you might panic. I understand that. You're going to panic. You're going to be very scared you're losing time. Don't take the test. If you can take the test off campus, you have an internet connection, you can access a browser and take the test, you can also do something else. What's that? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, email the instructor. You can tell the instructor you're going to be late or whatever. Email them. Don't take the test, because here's the situation. If you take the test outside of the exam room, we don't accept that test, and you cannot retake the test. Tell all your friends that, okay? Don't take the test like that. However, think of it like this. If you are late for the exam, you miss it entirely, and you get a 0, you can go back to your teacher, explain what happened, and there is a better chance that you'll be able to reschedule your exam. A better chance. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I'm saying that it's open for possibility. So your best solution in those cases is not to take it outside. It's to wait. Take the 0, take the decrease in whatever, go talk to your teacher first, see what they say, and then try to reschedule the exam. tell all your friends that, and I'll probably be out of job by the end of the semester because there's nothing else for me to do. Okay, because I meet with so many of these students who I have to say, I'm sorry, but you took the test outside, we can't give you a grade, okay? So please, it's so important not to take the test outside. Any questions? Any fans of taking the test outside? Who wants to take the test outside? All right, no? Okay, good. All right. Moving on. Okay, let's talk about assignments instead. We talked a lot about tests. Let's talk about assignments. They're very similar. We want to make sure your work is original. How is it original? You read a thing, you put it away, you write about the thing. I can promise you, as a person who has seen a lot of student submissions, if you are writing something and the original source document is open at the same time and you're looking at it, you're guaranteed to accidentally take stuff out of there, even if you don't intend to. And it won't be your work. And it's very common for students to say to me, well, I have some sources, but I made it my own. I wrote it in my own words, I made it my own. But what that happens is, think of it like this. One, you probably had someone's paragraph, and then you took out a word and you put in a new word, and you took in a different word and you put in a new, you just swapped out the words, okay? That's not your work. It's like a person changing clothes, right? It's the same person, but different clothes on them, right? That's all it is. So it's not your original work. And also think of it like this. If you're telling me that you did it in your own words, I'm the academic integrity officer, something horrible has gone wrong in these steps. Like, you shouldn't even need to talk to me about this because clearly something bad happened there, okay? So be careful with how you write. Write with a clean slate. I think that's on the next slide, right? Oh, no, maybe not. But also, the next part. These are some reasons why people are sent to me. Okay, sir, Mark, they're talking to Mark right now. I had a friend, my best friend, his girlfriend broke up with him just now, and he was really, really depressed. And he came to me and he said, listen, I can't do my essay unless I see your essay. But I would only take it as a reference. Can I please have your essay as a reference? Because my girlfriend just dumped me. And I said, you know what? He's hurting right now. He's feeling a lot of pain here. I will give him my essay as a reference, but I said only as a reference. And so I gave him the essay. Then he took my essay, deleted my name, put his name, and then submitted it. It's the same thing, right? You have no control over what happens after you hand over your work to somebody else. They could sell it. They could destroy it. Who knows? You have no control of that. So my recommendation to you, do not share the actual content you've created with another person, because then both of you will meet with me and both of you cannot get a grade, even though you did it, right? So as a reference doesn't count as an excuse. And that happens all the time with my students. I see them all the time saying as a reference, doesn't really work, okay? So please do not share your material. Once you make a thing, hide the thing. Keep it to yourself. You can study with people. You can talk about things with people. But to show them your work, and then that work shows up in their work, you see me, all right? We have to have a chat about that, okay? All right. In addition, don't copy-paste from the internet. Okay, cool. We're going to talk about the individual versus group work a little bit later on, but I just want to let you know that we will chat about what group work is and what the expectations are. What I will say for now is that it's meant to make your life easier, not harder. Okay, and sometimes it does make your life harder. But we'll get to that later. And then APA. You may have heard APA a few times so far today, but as far as APA is concerned, if you don't know what it is, if you have seen your program map already, if you see a COM class, C-O-M, like COM 1013, COM 3013, or whatever, that is the class that will teach you APA. So you'll have a whole semester to learn about it if you don't know what it is. And even ChatGPT is used with APA. That's just recording what stuff is, right? This is what is meant to protect you from plagiarism. Anyone familiar with plagiarism? Plagiarism? Fans of plagiarism? Yep, everyone's raising for fans. No, not fans. Okay, fine. Okay, so those of you that are new to the concept of plagiarism, what is it? A lot of people think the simple definition for students is copy-paste. If I copy-paste something, that's plagiarism. Yeah, you're not wrong, but it's not just that. The idea of plagiarism is that you have taken a thing, you have used a thing to help you create your work, and you have told nobody that you used this thing. That's what plagiarism is. So you meet with me for many different reasons, but one of the big reasons is that you used a thing, we think you used a thing, but you didn't tell us about the thing. Can you show us what that thing is? And you say, oh, no, I didn't use it. And then that is dishonest, right? That's what plagiarism really is. many ways to do that, but APA is meant to show where all your stuff came from. So it's your protection from Mark or academic integrity officers in general, right? So please watch out for APA. We're going to talk about that on Thursday, but that is what plagiarism is. And so I'm going to show you some of the tools that we use related to plagiarism and what are the things that you need to know when it comes time to make your submission and to check it to make sure that you do not have plagiarized content. But before I do that, okay, so we want to make sure that you have a clean slate, read a thing, put it away, write about it. That's what I recommended. Original content, and also submit early. So if you submit your work early, you'll be more likely to be able to check for plagiarism, check for similarity. Some instructors don't allow this. I do encourage every instructor to please let the students check for plagiarism because it makes no sense not to. And so, you know, I always recommend and encourage instructors to do that. It is their choice, but I do kind of say, hey, it's a better idea to do this because then you'll self-correct, fix your own mistakes. Do you know what Turnitin is? Have you ever heard of Turnitin? Any fans of Turnitin? No? Oh, we have a couple. Okay, good. That's a good thing to put your hand up to. I know that I've been kind of tricking you lately, but it's okay to raise your hand for that. But okay, before I get to the Turnitin, we're going to talk about Turnitin in just a second. But 3 things about APA. We're going to have Olga coming in on Thursday to talk about APA during a session for you, so I encourage you to come back and check that out. A long time ago, I did a recording of myself talking about APA and what it is. So we have that recording available on Moodle for all of your students to just watch and check out if you're interested in that. And if you want additional help, in addition to a comm class, those people that just spoke with you before I did, the Tutoring Center, they offer sessions on this. So if you need help to identify how to fix your APA, make it better, they can help you with that, no problem, free of charge. Okay, so we really want you to understand and know APA, and I encourage you to take advantage of all 3 of these things if you feel like that's a thing that you want to do, okay? Okay, so tools. Grammarly, that's one tool. Turnitin is another tool. And then this thing that I just found out about recently called ChatGPT. It sounds like some people know about it already, so I won't say much about it. But Grammarly, we offer Grammarly. Now, Grammarly is a free thing you can get if you want, but there's a premium version of Grammarly that we offer to students for free. So while you're a student here, you can access that and use it to help with your writing. There are 3 big things that Grammarly can do. One, of course, is check your grammar, correct your mistakes, kind of like Microsoft Word does that too. You have AI tools, so it does help with like trying to fix bigger mistakes, larger structural problems, maybe rewriting your whole document for you. And it also checks for plagiarism, 3 things it can do. We encourage you to use it for that first thing I said, checking for grammar, and not so much the other 2 things. Plagiarism checker, not good. AI checker, AI reviser or whatever, probably not a good idea to use it for that because you might meet me if that happens. So checking for basic grammar is very good for Grammarly. Please use it, and I encourage you to definitely use it whenever you can. Turnitin is what the school uses to check for plagiarism. It is the only official plagiarism checker. I don't even like calling it that, but you understand what I mean when I say that. It's a similarity checker, checking to see how similar your work is to other people's work. That's what it really is. Sometimes that is plagiarism, sometimes it's not. But that's the one we use. So I've had students who said, sir, I checked on Grammarly, and my Grammarly thing said 0% plagiarism. But so why does Turnitin say 105% plagiarism? I don't understand this. What's going on? But clearly, I'm a victim here, right? But we look at the Turnitin one. We don't look at the Grammarly one, okay? So just remember that as you're using it to check anything. And then the last thing, ChatGPT. Everyone uses it. It's a cool new thing. It does help a lot in the studying process. I use it on a daily basis, asking it stupid questions, and it answers all my stupid questions, and I don't feel embarrassed. And okay, cool, that's fine. You can use it. But there are rules that we have for ChatGPT in the school. The 2 rules I would recommend for all of you is 1, actually 3. I just made a 3rd one. 1, ask for permission. Every instructor is different. Every assignment is different. If you just take a moment to raise your hand and say, can I use ChatGPT for assignment number 2? They'll tell you yes or no. And then you can proceed in however way that they say is okay. The other thing is, if you are using it, APA, citations, telling us where the stuff came from. So if you're using ChatGPT, identifying how you're using it is also very, very important. Which leads me to my 3rd one, saying, keep your history. Keep the history of the stuff that you get from ChatGPT in case your teacher needs to look at it and confirm what you asked and what it gave you, right? So those are the three things that we have as far as ChatGPT is concerned. There's another tool, though, which is pretty popular. Anyone familiar with Quillbot? Quillbot? Yeah, all right. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right, all right. I'm teaching you a lot of cheating things right now, how to cheat. Quillbot is a tool that some people use, and they use it to paraphrase is the word, but really rewrite their work. You put in a paragraph, it gives you a brand new paragraph. Well written, no errors or whatever, and it changes up all your stuff for you. But here's the problem with it, and I think here's all the things that it's good at, okay? So Grammarly is good at very similar things as Quillbot, but one thing that Quillbot is really good at is getting caught with Turnitin as plagiarism, okay? Grammarly, no. So Grammarly is not a thing. Like, Turnitin doesn't catch Grammarly stuff as plagiarism of any kind. But Quillbot stuff, yeah, absolutely. So another problem with Quillbot is, compare it to, like, let's say ChatGPT. ChatGPT, for free, will let you keep your history. Bing Copilot, which is also ChatGPT, will keep the history of what you asked. If you want to do that on Quillbot, you have to pay money for that. It's not free. So if your teacher asks you, what did you use Quillbot for? And you're like, I don't have the history because I couldn't afford it. Well, that's unfortunate because we can't grade that stuff because we don't know where it came from and how much is you and how much is Quillbot. So we discourage the use of Quillbot. If you want to use anything to fix your work, the answer is really Grammarly and to a lesser extent ChatGPT, okay? So tell your friends about the Quillbot thing. When people come to me with Quillbot, it's a problem that we can't grade your work in that case, okay? Not to scare you, I'm not scaring you all, but this is still fun, right? This is still good. Yeah, let's keep on going. I'm going to show you an example of Turnitin now, okay? Let's come back to Turnitin. Here's an example of the top of your Moodle page. This is a comm course, for example. I taught this in 2021 or 2022 or something. And I have a practice submission. Turnitin is not a software you download and keep on your PC. It is a link where you upload your files, okay? So in this case, the button looks like that. It's got that little icon on it, the door with the arrow. And so you click on that, and you upload your file. After you upload your file, you've got this page. So this is a submission file. They handed this in. And you'll see a lot of different things here, but you see the name of the submission. You also see the time and date that you submitted the file. If it's late, this is actually red color. So you actually know when you're on time or when you're late. But on top of that, you have the similarity. Now, similarity is something that, I hope your instructors are always showing you. Sometimes you will see a number here. Sometimes you won't. If you don't see a number, you can request it from your instructor. They do have the right to say no. But again, I kind of recommend that they do say yes. It'll help you check for your own plagiarism. But you'll see this person has 100% similarity. 100%. Who doesn't like 100%? Good job, right? Right? Yeah, not so much. Not so much. This person has 100% sim. That means the whole thing is basically plagiarized, right? Or something. Who knows? But let's look at a different file. I uploaded a different file. This is about chocolate, an essay that I wrote about chocolate. And this thing had a bit of similarity. You'll see it up here at the top, okay? 25%. So I'm going to zoom in here so you can see. A lot of colors on this page. The more colors there are, the worse it is. You want just basic black and white. So you'll see each different website that your stuff matches with. If it's a student, you'll see if it matches with the student. You won't know who the student is, but you'll see that there's a match. So like I said, submit early. If you submit early, you can see this file, change that stuff, and upload it again, and check it again. And in many cases, you could do this 3 times, and you can see the similarity each time. So the earlier you submit, the better. Last minute, you won't be able to change and change and change. Okay? So this person had 25% similarity. Unfortunate, kind of high, but you can fix that. But I just want to go back really quickly. So you see how this is what you see if you see the similarity report. You can see all this stuff. I'm going to show you what a teacher can see, okay? A teacher can see this. Looks kind of the same, but if you look carefully at this side, there are many more buttons, right? Compare the buttons. So I'm going to zoom in. So I know your eyes are, you're not going to be able to see that. Here's what they can see. And there's an extra button here, 100% AI. What is that? Oh, well, good question. That means that there are parts of this assignment that may or may not have been written by a robot, possibly ChatGPT. So I will ask if you can take a quick peek on the next page. Anything with the color blue is written by ChatGPT. Do you see any blue here? Is there any blue? Oh, yeah, some blue. Yeah, all of it, whole thing. The whole thing was written by ChatGPT. So there are two different numbers to be aware of. The first one is 25%, that's similarity. You can always, well, not always, you can see that. It is possible for you to see this. The blue one, the AI checker, is only available to your instructor. There is no setting for them to turn that on to show you. You'd have to go to them and ask to see it on their PC. You can still request it. Some of your comm instructors will show this to you, but it's not guaranteed that you can see it, right? So how do you protect yourself? Just use APA, keep track of all your sources, hold on to them. In case anyone wants to see them, they'll see them. That's how you protect yourself from this if you cannot see a similarity report, okay? So I wanted to make sure you could see that for the upcoming semester. Do you have any questions about similarity or anything? Good, good, all right. Fans, yeah, all right. Well, let's say you've seen all the things that you've seen today and you're like, how do I meet Mark? What can I do to make sure I see Mark in the semester? How do I cheat better, Mark? Well, do all of these things. If you succeed at any of these, you'll meet me for sure. We'll have a meeting definitely, okay? So copy pasting work, okay? Not using good sources. Using your mother as a source does not count. Using your best friend that works in finance and you heard a guy talking about things is not a source, okay? Academic papers, academic articles are better. Research is good. Not using APA. Trying to use ChatGPT without permission, okay? And not keeping track of their ChatGPT history so that when I ask for it, you can provide it, that's good. When I ask for it and you're like, well, sir, I actually deleted it because I always delete it. I didn't see that as a problem. Well, then we can't grade your stuff, right? So please keep track of these things, hold on to these things, and here's a better slide. Here's the good stuff. Don't do these things. Here are the things you should do to avoid a meeting with me, how to stay away from Mark entirely. These are the things you should keep in mind, okay? So, yeah, it's just the opposite of the previous slide. So, I'm nearly done, but I want to talk about group work as well. So there are two big things about group work. One, like I said before, it's meant to make your lives easier, not harder. So if you have one person who is, going to the doctor now because their back hurts so much because their whole group was on their back and they were carrying them so much, that's not a good thing, right? You don't want one person doing the work of 5 people. You want to divide the work equally. Each person contributes to each assignment. I've heard in many cases that some students like to split it up where you have like a group of 5. Assignment number 1, 2 people work on it. And then assignment number 2, 2 other people work on that. Assignment number 3, 1 person works on that. And that's, no. Don't do that, okay? That's just more work for everybody. And when I hear that, I'm not gonna grade the people that didn't do anything on the work, okay? So make sure your work is divided equally. And if it's not, who do you talk to? Your instructor. Your instructor. Tell your instructor. They will fix that right away, okay? Now, here's another problem. With ChatGPT, there are 5 of you. 1 person has used ChatGPT and told nobody. Nobody knows what this is, okay? You don't have an AI checker with Turnitin. So what are you supposed to do? You're in that group. They hand it in. AI is like 500%. And then now you're being sent to Mark, and now I have to figure out what to do, okay? How do you protect yourself in that kind of situation? The simplest solution is to use Google Docs. That's my recommendation. Some kind of file where everybody has access to this file. Everybody writes all of their content in that file. Don't just copy paste all your stuff into the file. Write inside of the file. I can see the changes. I can see each person contributing. And if I see that and I can see there's work here, even though there was someone that used AI, well then there's good reason to give a grade of some kind there, okay? So to group work, that's what I recommend to everybody. Use Google Docs, write inside the Google Doc all of your contributions, write it in there. Don't copy paste it in there, write it in there, type it in there, okay? That will help you out if, hopefully not, but hopefully not, but if you do meet with me, that's how you protect yourself from Me. Okay. All right, but let's keep going. We have a few more things I want to show you. There are two things I wanted to show you documents of, the course outline and the evaluation timetable, and two other things I want to tell you exist. So just from the bottom up, the APA documentation guide is a free guide that really we should make you charge like hundreds of dollars for because it's so valuable. But we give it to you for no charge at all. It's all free. You can get it. All your comm classes will give that to you for free. Hold on to it because it will answer every APA question you have. If you're not sure, use it like a dictionary. How do I cite a newspaper? How do I cite YouTube? Just go. There's a page. There's a section on it. Okay? So download that file when you can, and that's on all your comm classes if you have one. If you don't have a comm class and you want that, you can email me. I'll show you my email later on today, and you can ask me for it, and I'll just give it to you, right? For a low price of, no, $0, okay? In addition to that, you've got your textbooks and slides and recordings. All of those are on your Moodle page. But you also have two other big things on your Moodle page, the course outline and the evaluation timetable, okay? So let's take a look at the course outline. The course outline, I don't expect you to read this, of course, it's way too tiny, but this is page 1 of the course outline. It's very useful because it tells you what's in the course, what's happening in the course, what kinds of learning outcomes are in the course. If you have a co-op, then you can see the learning outcomes you need to match on your co-op, for example. You also have textbooks. If you need to buy a textbook, which ones? It's there. Also, what assignments do you have? If you have an assignment, they're all listed here. Your percentages are here. What is a B? What is an F? It's here. So you can check out your course outline. All your courses have one. Download it, check it out, read it, make sure you have it. Now the other one, I may have shown this to you in another session, but just because it's so important, the evaluation timetable. When are your assignments due? What day can I expect final exam to happen? This is the document that tells you that. What do I study for the final exam? All of the chapters and all of the courses, all of the classes that I've had so far, 1 unit, this will tell you that, okay? What is the weight of the assignment? This will tell you that. So you need this on day 1. If you don't have it, get it. If the teacher doesn't have it for you on day 1, break their leg. No, I'm kidding. Don't, just ask politely, nicely, please. Hey, can I please have the evaluation timetable? Don't break their legs. But you want to make sure that they give it to you because that's your right as a student. Plenty of notice. That's your notice right here, okay? So get that document from your students. And then the rules that I follow. So there are 2 things I want to show you here. The top 2 apply to me. The rules that I follow to make a decision on if you cheated or whatever might happen are the first one and the second one. You can get those at any time you want. The bottom 2 are if you never see me. If I don't make a decision, you never have a meeting, then you might have the grade appeals apply to you, and you might have the late and missed test policy apply to you. Those are when you never have a meeting with Mark. The top 2, you have a meeting with Mark, okay? So these are available if you want to read any of them. Just check out the Moodle page. So you get to the More section, just follow the arrows, click on the administration, and then there's policies. They're right there. So you can check them out at any time. I will always give them to you if you get an email from me. I want to make sure you have those files, but you can check them out on Moodle too, okay? So last bit of information. Don't share your login information. If someone else logs into your account, your family back home, your friends, anywhere, and you're doing a test, and there's 2 people messing around in your account, you're not going to get a grade on the test. It becomes a 0. So you want to protect your passwords. Don't share them for whatever reason. Don't automatically save them in some friend's browser because that could get you in trouble because it's your account. So don't share your information. If you do that for some reason, change the password like immediately, okay? Please be careful with your login. Hide your grades. They're yours. You don't have to tell anyone. Someone asks you, what was your grade? 100%. Yeah, absolutely. They have no right to know that. You can say whatever you want, right? If you have a meeting with me, it's privacy. I will not tell anyone about that meeting, okay? So I do not share that information. You have no right to have to share your information with your best friends, okay? And as well, don't share private information. That's just kind of general. Understand your grades. But the last thing is never, ever, 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 ever take the test outside of the exam room because that will save you a lot of headache, okay? Don't take the test. email your instructor. Don't take the exam outside of the exam room, okay? And then you'll never have to meet me ever. So in the nicest possible way, I hope I never see you again, right? But yeah, I'm out of words now. So thank you so much for listening. If you need to get in contact with me, email me at any of these 2 emails. They both come straight to me. So I will answer any question you have. If you need the APA guide and you just want to have a copy of it, I can give you a copy of it too if you don't get it from your comm classes. And yeah, I mean, I said it before, but I mean, I hope you have a great start of your term. I wish you much success. Very happy to see all of you. And if I do see you in the middle of the semester, I'm not terrifying, and you know, you can say hi and all that cool stuff. Okay. So thanks everyone for listening. I wish you all the best and enjoy the rest of your day. Okay. Thanks everyone. Bye bye. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so we're in the home stretch. We have 2 more sessions. But you've got a tiny bit of a break right now. Oh, we're going now. Okay, so we just finished up with Mark, and you've got a break until 2:45. If you are in the FSIT program, you're going to go to 126. You're going to meet Peter. He's already in there, all set to go. If you are in any of the other programs, you can either join me for Canadian Culture upstairs in room 218, or you can stay here and you'll meet Juliana for the student services session at also at 2:45. Okay, so you've got a little bit of a tiny bit of a break, about 8 minutes. For those of you in FSIT, make your way down here, 126. And hopefully they're good sessions. Don't forget to come back to the atrium afterwards. We're going to play the game. We have prizes. We've got a draw happening. And then the final session of the day is critical. That 4 to 5 is a big one. So just make sure that you're here for that. Okay? Okay. Enjoy the next 8 minutes.
Okay, everybody. Check, check. 1, 2. Wicker, wicker, wicker. DJ. Okay, hi. We'll be starting in just a few moments for our student services session. So if you don't have a seat yet, you can grab a seat. If you want to come sit at these lovely front row seats compared to a concert, these are like hard to get. But anyways, we're going to start in just a few moments, okay? So let's see. You're good, right? You're fine. You're good with the clicker? All right. Okay, okay. All right, I guess we can start now. So, yeah. Okay, our next speaker for student services needs no introduction, but might need some introduction. This is Juliana. She is one of our 2 awesome student services representatives. So you'll probably be encountering her a lot throughout the semester, answering so many of your questions. But she's going to kickstart you off in the first semester with lots kinds of cool, awesome information. So yeah, without further ado, Juliana, come on down. Here you go.
Can you switch the PPT?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, God. Testing. Is this okay? This volume level? Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. How you doing today? I mean, it's the post-lunch sleepy time, right? So I getcha. And also, the thing that we're discussing today is policy, which I know isn't the most exciting thing, so just bear with me, and we'll try to get through it together. Okay, so what we're going to be talking about today, we're talking about how you can contact your student services advisor and what kind of areas that we are able to actually help you directly with. Okay? So basically, the way I explain student services is if you don't know where to go, you should come see us. So if you have a question and you're not sure which department will help you out with it, come see us or send us an email, and we'll be able to direct you to the person who can help you with that issue. And you know, I don't claim to know everything, but if I don't know something, I will find out and I will get back to you about it. Okay? So there's a few different ways that you can contact us. The most common way is our email, which is studentservices@cestarcollege.com. So the way the email works is once you send an email to that address, it will open a ticket in our ticketing system, and anyone from the student services team is able to look at it and action those things. So sometimes a ticket will get assigned to me, and sometimes it will get assigned to Tenny, who's the other advisor, which is why we say please only create 1 ticket per issue. So, because it can cause a lot of problems and a lot of confusion in the department. Basically, for example, let's say you and a friend want to switch groups. You want to switch your schedule together. You send an email to student services, and we don't get back to you right away, so you send another email. So what happens is basically I go into my queue, and I see the first email saying we want to switch groups, and I say, okay, and then I go and request the change for you, right? And then Tenny logs in, and she sees the second email, and she doesn't know about the first email. She's not able to see that, so she goes back and switches you guys again. So you're back where you started, basically. So in order to just avoid that, please just 1 issue per ticket. We will try to get back to everyone within 72 working hours. So 72 hours where the college is open. And we just say that we request students to email us through their My Lambton email, just to avoid any confusion with spam or et cetera filters catching it. So let's just make it easier for everyone. You can also see us in person. Both Tenny and I are here Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. So you know the reception desk at the front?
there's an iPad across from that desk, and you can use that iPad to request an appointment, an in-person appointment with either student services, your co-op advisor, health and wellness, or mental health. Those are a couple categories. So you just sign up into the queue, and I get an alert saying that a student is waiting, and within 10 minutes or so, I'll come out and get you, and we can discuss whatever issue you need. So no appointments necessary. Just anytime you have a question, feel free to come. I mean, sometimes it gets a little lonely in student services, so it'll be nice to see more people, but yeah. And then you can also call us directly. You can call this number and you can ask to be directed to student services. Reception will transfer you, and it's kind of a faster way of getting an answer sometimes. And then finally, Moodle. So how many of you have like logged into their Moodle already? Oh, that's a good amount actually. So when you log into Moodle, you'll see the news page, and all the important college news is posted on Moodle first, right? So for example, if you want to know when you can start requesting makeup courses, that's on Moodle. When is your group schedule selection date? Also on Moodle. So if you're not checking it frequently, you might miss out on something important. So we just recommend that. The other thing that's on Moodle is the Student Services Hub. So it's a lot of information, but if you ever have a question and you don't have time to come see us, or you're just curious and you want to, give the policies a read, there's all these policies here on the left. Anything from like questions about GuardMe insurance to immigration advising. So have a look at that portal when you're whenever you feel like you need to know something about student services. Okay, so there's a couple different things that we can help you with. And obviously we're gonna go through all of these in more depth, one by one, but roughly it's academic support, registration and finance, program progression, personal advising, or student account updates. So these are all things that you can come to us to see us about. So academic support. The purpose of us helping you with academic support is not necessarily that we have the ability to change your grades or to, we can make the instructor do X, Y, and Z. We can't really do that because it's academics that deals with that. What student services is going to help you with is we're gonna help you navigate the policy process, right? So if you wanna do a formal grade appeal, and we'll talk more about that later, we would help you through that, because it is a little bit of a multi-step process. We can also help you get in touch with your instructor, and we can let you know what the policy says about any particular situation, right? So that's what we mean by academic support. So all of the policies that I talk about are actually listed on the Lambton and Toronto website. So if I recommend that you give them a skim, even though it is a lot of text, because you want to know where the college is coming from on certain issues, right? You don't want to be caught off guard or surprised. So just give it a skim when you have the chance. So one of the policies that gets used quite often at the college is the complaints policy and student conduct. So the most important policy on the website that for you as students is probably the student rights and responsibility page. So that's a document that outlines what we expect from you as students, how we expect you to behave towards your peers and your instructors, and also how your instructors are expected to behave toward you, right? It goes both ways. So it's a document that's meant to combat things like racism, bullying, and harassment, things that don't really lead to a very constructive learning environment, right? So for student complaints, we say to students that they need to speak to their instructors first, which can be scary, but the thing is if someone's done something to you that made you feel very uncomfortable or really upset you, they should know that, right? So they have the right to know that something they've done is not appropriate, right? And after that, if their response to you is not satisfactory, if they refuse to listen or they just won't give you the time of day, please come see us, okay? So we have a lot of students who also say that they're afraid because they're afraid that the instructor will know that they complained and that the instructor will retaliate against them and like take marks off or give them a 0. That's not gonna happen here. The college actually has quite strict rules against retaliation. So if that ever happens, again, please come see us and we'll make sure that it's dealt with, because yeah, retaliation is not okay. And we welcome complaints because, I mean, the director of the college always says, like, when someone complains, they're actually giving you an opportunity to do better, because a lot of these things we don't know about until students tell us about them, right? So we encourage everyone to speak up if anything is making you uncomfortable at all. So, stereotyping. Yeah. So this is an international, a school for international students. There's around 50 or so countries represented at the college. So everyone's from a different country and culture, and sometimes there may be disagreements or clashes. What we really want to try and encourage people to do is to not rely on generalizations. So the example that we give here is Canadians love cold weather, which is not a bad statement in itself, and you can see where people think that because Canada is quite cold, but I'm a Canadian and I personally hate the cold, and I will complain every single day of winter. So it's just not necessarily true. So we need to focus on getting to know people for who they are instead of what sort of other sources have told you about their particular culture. And just knowing that we all came here for a reason. My parents came here to Canada for opportunity, which is the reason why you guys came, right, to study and work. So that's something that unites all of us, and we should be celebrating that. Okay, so missed classes. So the general guideline for missed classes is pretty strict. According to IRCC guidelines, international students are expected to be in class every single scheduled class day, right? But we know that things happen. You might get sick. You might have to go back to your country urgently. There are situations that arise every once in a while. So what we're encouraging students to do is to be proactive. So you want to inform your instructor, give your instructor as much time as possible. So if you are sick, if you have a test on a Wednesday, and on Monday night you think, oh, my throat's kind of hurting, it's getting that feeling at the back of your throat when you're sick, you should email your professor and let them know, right? Because the worst thing that could happen is that you feel better that day and then you show up to class, right? And then it hasn't harmed you at all. So the more proactive students are with communicating any potential absences, the more likely the instructor is to look at that favorably. So a student that misses more than 2 consecutive sort of back-to-back scheduled classes, their instructor will notify academics of your absence. And if you miss too many classes, you might fail the course and you might be required to take it again. So just know that attendance is quite a big part of your final grade for the course. And finally, that you might be required to submit documentation. So like a doctor's note if you're really sick, or a plane ticket if you really need to travel, that sort of thing, you might have to provide that. Okay, so I just wanted to highlight the things that students should go directly to registration for. Now, if you don't go directly to registration, that's okay, because we can always forward your request to registration, but it will be quicker for you to get your desired outcome if you go directly to them. So anything regarding your schedule, transfer credits, makeup courses, if you want to retake a course, substitute courses. Substitute courses are when a course that you failed and need to retake is no longer being offered for that term. In that case, registration will put you in a class that's comparable to the one that you need to take. So the email address is registration@sustarcollege.com. Okay. So I have a video from Lambton College. So I think she's just gonna the link. I think that's just an image. Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to talking about your offer letter and your program map. These are 2 really important documents that you'll probably need to refer to while you're here. We're going to guide you through them. So out of all of you, how many have actually read your offer letter from start to finish? It's 3 pages. So has anyone actually read all 3 pages? One person. Okay. Well, please, when you get a chance, I would recommend, giving that a read. So the most important parts of the offer letter. Well, not most important, but some important parts that often get missed. So box number 23 is a scholarship or other financial aid. These are entrance scholarships, and they're usually around $1,000. And if you're wondering whether or not you are a recipient of a scholarship, just check your letter. And then eventually it will be reflected in your account for term 2, I believe. And then this right here, the payment code, that's for students who have received a loan from an agency in your home country that wants to send the money directly to the college instead of transferring it to your account. And they require a Flywire code. You can find that on your offer letter as well. Okay, so the text is kind of small. It's kind of hard to read, but we're just going to discuss the most important parts. So at this part of the letter, it says, transfers to other locations or into other programs is not permitted. So every once in a while, I get a student who wants to change what they're studying. I don't want to study AI anymore. I want to study business. And I always tell them that it's written on your offer letter that you cannot change your course in the middle of taking it. So you would have to withdraw from the college and then reapply and be accepted again in order to change your course of study. Academic scheduling in certain programs may include Sunday class, which is, I know, like the #1 like complaint among students, but just know that they are scheduling, like the schedule and making the schedule is a very difficult thing to do. They have to balance a lot of different factors, and they're not putting classes on Saturdays just to make you guys miserable, I promise. They're only doing it because there's no other option. And then you have to follow your program map. So your program map we'll discuss in more detail on the next slide, but basically you have to take your academic break when it's scheduled and you can't move it around. You have to follow the map. And then lastly, just that your school fees are always an estimate, and they might change between terms depending on the economy, I guess. Okay, so these are the basic requirements that you would need to know about before you actually graduate from the college, and we'll talk about them more in depth. Okay, so this is a sample of a program map. So each and every student at the college will have one of these, and it's located on your CESTAR database. Show of hands, who's logged into their CESTAR database? Perfect. Has anyone found their program map and downloaded it? No? Okay. Well, yeah, so each person has this, and there's a lot of really important information on this. Not only are there the classes that you will be taking for each term, there's different kinds of classes offered at the college. So a prerequisite would be a course that you have to take before you take the current class. So for example, this right here, this course has a P, so that means it has a prerequisite. So let's say this was the prerequisite, in which case if you failed this course, you would not be able to take this course during term 3. You would have to take the prerequisite first, replace it, and then take the second course after that. So you're not even allowed to take them at the same time. A co-requisite is two courses that need to be taken simultaneously. And your academic break, obviously, is something that's mandated by IRCC, 4 months of time where you're just, not in school. And then there's also the will and co-op semester. So some courses actually don't have a will and co-op, but most do. And so your program map will tell you if you have that or not. And it will also tell you what the requirements are for co-op. So it's different in certain subjects, but generally it's 2.8. So you have to maintain a grade point average in your first 2 semesters, at least a 2.8 in order to be eligible for co-op. Otherwise, you will be put into WIL, work integrated learning, which is another form of, work experience. So on the side here, it will tell you hours, which also tells you the credit load for the semester that you're about to go into. So if this says 20 right here, that means that you'll be in class every week for 20 hours. Okay, so a passing grade is a D. And, sometimes you fail a course. I've done it, a lot of people have done it. It's not really the end of the world. So we offer makeup courses for students who have failed, or even students that want to boost their GPA for whatever reason. So when talking about when to take your makeup courses, we always recommend that students take them during their academic break for 2 reasons. The first is that you won't be taking any other classes, so it's easy to focus on that one course and score really well. The second is that co-op eligibility is calculated at the beginning of term 3, which means that any makeup courses you take during your academic break will be included in your co-op eligibility GPA. So those are 2 good reasons to do that, but as long as you take makeup courses before your will or co-op, then you're generally good. But just know that in order to graduate from the college, you absolutely have to pass all of your courses. You can get Ds in some courses, but you still have to pass. You need a 50. Okay. How many of you have uploaded your study permit to your SESTAR database account? Thank you. Great. Everyone else, you're on my list, okay? So please just make sure that you are uploading that whenever you can. It saves our poor registration team time from chasing down students to give them their documents. So please just be nice to them because they're lovely and they're really busy right now. And if you have any technical issues, just send the documents over to Student Services and we'll upload it for you. Okay, Student Council. Student Council is kind of a huge deal in the college because Student Council is the one that are the people that plan and execute all the student events, right? So the college will do some events, but mostly it's Student Council, and everyone who attends the college pays a certain fee, and that fee is used to do events with. Right? So if you become a member of Student Council, you really do have the opportunity to kind of shape what kind of experience your classmates are going to have for the terms that you're serving. So there are some eligibility criteria. You have to have a good academic standing and a GPA of 2.8, and you have to come to every meeting. we only meet once a week, so if you miss 2 meetings in a row, or 2 meetings, you will be removed from student council, unfortunately. And finally, we need you to be actively involved when we're planning an event and we ask for volunteers. You know, we want you guys to be showing up and helping out. And you also, you will serve for 2 back-to-back semesters. Even if your academic break is one of them, we have student council members who are on academic break and they're still serving. You do get a certificate for serving on student council. It's a really good thing to have on your resume. So you can email studentcouncil@cestarcollege.com if you have questions, but you can also find the student council members in a booth during part-time job, the part-time job fair on Thursday and Friday. So there'll be a few members there, and you can ask them any questions that you have. Okay, housing. This is the one where everyone just looks kind of sad, I guess. We know like housing is always like a constant struggle for students, finding housing. So just know that we do have a specific email for housing support, and that we also have a WhatsApp group for students who are seeking roommates or like have rooms to let. You can email housing@cestarcollege.com and ask to be added to that group, and you can maybe find a roommate through there, or you can ask them for their advice on finding housing. Okay, so there's a couple food options on campus. And there's also a Lambton College TikTok for all of those of you who are, you know, like hip and cool, but that's not me. But Lambton College does have a TikTok.
Need a snack? Our students got your back. Here are some of the snacks you must try. Samosas from the canteen at Lambton.
Mother paneer rice.
Soto soto.
Bread omelette.
Ice cream and cookie from Bang Bang Shop. Bubble tea and yogurt sandwich from the Bang Bang Shop.
Fish fry chicken bacon and spare from the Team Hotel. Oyo shake.
Ice cap from Tilly's.
French vanilla.
Hash brown.
Crispy chicken. Oreo ice cream. It's my favorite.
What do you must try?
So we don't have Bang Bang Shop anymore, but we've replaced it with something else. So the first thing that we have on campus is the canteen, which is in the other building on the 2nd floor. They serve hot food. They serve curries, but they also serve things like chicken burgers, hamburgers, sandwiches, etc. And they're pretty reasonably priced just to make it accessible for the students. So a meal's around like $7-ish. So it's not bad. There's also Tim Hortons, kind of a Canadian icon, I think. And the Desi Deli. I'm sure you've probably seen they have a booth down over there. It's like a Instacart type grocery service. You pick the items that you want and you go pick it up from the deli. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. So have you guys seen the library? Isn't it? It's right here. Yeah. You can see it. What? Yeah. Oh, it's not visible? Okay, sorry. Anyway, so the library has a few different resources for students. They have books for classes, like class textbooks, but they also have research books as well. And they have librarian staff that are there to help you find what you need. So as soon as you have a student card, which you should be getting by the end of the week, I think, you will be able to borrow books from the library. And it's also just like a really nice place to study since it's quiet and everyone's working. It's a good vibes. The other thing that's part of the library is this online library search. It's a search for different academic journals, for papers, and things like that that you will need for your assignments in class. So please ask one of the librarians to help you find this library search and how you can use it for your assignments. Okay, so I guess that's all for now. Thank you for your patience. I know it's hard to sit through someone talking about policy for however long it was. So I'm just inviting up any questions anyone might have. If you want to ask them now, or you can come up and see me after the presentation, feel free to do that, because we still have some time. I believe we have 20 or so minutes. So yes, thank you for listening, and have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Hey everyone, just letting you know, so we have a few more sessions for today. We have a bit of a break now until the next event, which is going to be at 3:45. If you check your maps, you probably know what's happening at 3:45. I think everyone's maybe excited for 3:45. What is 3:45 again? Okay, I think it's the the raffle and the Kahoot. Yeah, I totally knew what that was. I didn't have to check the calendar. But anyways, that's coming up at 3:45. If you haven't scanned this yet, this is your last chance to do so before the prizes start to be dished out. And so you can hang out here if you'd like until then, just until 3:45. You can kind of roam around a bit, and then Colin will come up in just a moment to do the Kahoot and the events at 3:45. So for now, enjoy your free time, and we'll see you back here in about 15 to 20 minutes, okay? All right, have fun. Enjoy your whatever it is you're planning to do for the next little while.
right, in about 3 minutes, we're going to be having our raffle draw, and then we will be playing Kahoot. So make sure you find a seat. If you haven't already, scan the QR code to enter our raffle, and we'll begin in 3 minutes. Minute, 1 minute until we play the raffle. So 1 minute, I will take the QR code away. So if you haven't scanned it, please make sure you scan it. All right, it's the moment we've been waiting for all day, the raffle draw. So there are 225 of you. So I'm going to set this to 225. And I'm just going to click this, and whatever number shows up, you're all assigned numbers. Whatever number shows up, I will announce the winner, and the winner, you just come forth and get your prize. But if you don't win the raffle, stick around. We're going to play Kahoot right after. So the winner is number 6. And number 6 is Atienza Melanie Ann. Congratulations. Oh, no, that's okay. There you are. Congratulations. Yeah. Let's hear it for our winner. And up next, we have Kahoot. So I will give you all a moment to scan the QR code here. And I'll just give you like 2 minutes. Scan the QR code. And how many have you guys played Kahoot before? Has anyone not played Kahoot? Okay, it's very simple. You'll see questions on the screen here. And what will happen is, you'll see the questions on the screen. And you just pick the correct answer, whatever you think the answer is. So I'll just give you all a moment to sign in here. I still see some people joining, so we'll just wait maybe another minute or two. Is anyone still working on joining? No? We got 99. Okay, so I think we're set to start on the game. And everyone's joined? No one else is joining? Just raise your hand if you're still working on it. No? Okay. I see some phones raised. All right. I'm going to get started here just for the sake of time. So, very simple. Once again, you'll see a question on the screen here, and you just pick the correct answer on your phone. So here we get started. And the first question. Which of the following is a Lambton College in Toronto initiative for students? Choose all that apply. So you can pick multiple answers here. Multiple answers might be correct. And you only got 10 seconds, so act fast. All right. All of these things except the free iPhones. We do not give out free iPhones at Lambton College. So all of these are student initiatives. And we'll see the leaderboards next. If you click next. Yep, there you go. All right, there's our leaderboard. And up next, our next question. When contacting the college by email, I should always include my... What information should you include on your email? If you're emailing student services, for instance. And your student name, student number, and program. Very good. Most of you got that one right. You paid attention today. Awesome. So let's take a look at our leaderboard. All right, Jiggy in first, Sanjeep in second, and Kanak in third. Next question. How many emails should you send to different departments and faculty members? All right, just one. Yes, just one per department or faculty member. All right, Subhash in first, Sanjeep in second, and didn't get the chance. How long should you await a response to your email? So you sent your email, how long do you wait? 5 business days, that's standard practice. So 5 business days. If they haven't gotten back to you after that, you can follow up. And a little change in our leaderboard there. So if we go to the next thing. So just keep in mind for the ticketing system, you have 3 tickets, right? So if you send an email to Student Services, Immigration, and then IT, for instance, that's 3 tickets. You can't open any more than 3 tickets, so don't just start sending a bunch of tickets to Student Services, because then you'll eventually run out. So just a word of advice. Next question, how much do on-campus tutoring center services cost? You may have met the tutoring center folks earlier during the academic integrity session. Absolutely nothing. It's free. It's included in your tuition. So the tutoring center, straight up the stairs, all the way to your right. You can, if you have any trouble with your classes, you can get help there. So Kat's still in first for the leaderboard. Next question. Student work is reported for academic dishonesty if, choose all that apply. So my colleague Mark had his academic integrity session. I hope you paid attention. Any of these things, if you do any of these things, it will be reported for academic integrity. So just make sure you understand the policies, and when in doubt, ask, right? When in doubt, you can always ask your instructor, ask academic integrity. Kat's still in the lead. We'll go to the next question here. If you want to use ChatGPT or other AI for your assignments, you need to what do you need to do if you use ChatGPT? Ask your instructor before using it. Just very important. Different instructors have different policies. Always ask if you plan on using ChatGPT. And a little change in the leaderboard here. Next question. If you have questions regarding immigration, whom should you contact? Hopefully you met her earlier today. The college's licensed immigration advisor. That is the one person at the college who is who can answer your immigration questions. So if you want to contact her, we'll be providing her email in just a moment. So no change in the leaderboard. We got several players with streaks. So if you have questions about immigration, contact Zoe, our on-campus immigration advisor. Very simple, immigration@sustarcollege.com. Real easy to remember. We go to the next question. Who can access the supports and services that co-op and career team offer? All Lambton College and Toronto students. So from term 1 to term 4, you can access the co-op and career services. So make sure that you take advantage of it starting now. All right, Uma is in first now. A lot of change in the leaderboard today. If you experience mental health issues, culture shock, or sexual violence, which college supports can you turn to? All of the above. You can access Wellness Wednesdays, Moodle, email, contact student services, or the mental health task force, which is basically the wellness counselor. You may have met her earlier today. So many supports in case you need help in those areas. Lots of change in the leaderboard today. You guys are all over the place. And we're here to help. So we have all these resources that are here to help you. When in doubt, ask. You can set an appointment with student services, the wellness counselor, the nurse, right? People are here to help you. Just make sure that you ask. Next question. What sorts of things can you get at Tim Hortons? You've probably seen Tim Hortons all over the place since you've come to Canada. But what kinds of things can you get there? All of these things. You can get any of these things. Now you can even get pizza at Tim Hortons. That was a more recent thing that they started doing. And Subash back up in first, okay. And where on campus is Tim Hortons? You may have gone to Tim Hortons today. So which building? This, a hint, is building B, the building we're in now. So is Tim Hortons here? The first floor of building A. So building A is the other taller building on campus. So the first floor of building A, you will find Tim Hortons there. All right, next question. And like I said, it's on building A, 265 Yorkland Boulevard, open from 7 to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And if we look at the next slide here, there's other options to get snacks. There's the canteen on the second floor, and it's not the gift shop, it's Desi Deli. So the Desi Deli is right over to my left down the stairs, so you can get some snacks there as well. Lots of places to get snacks on campus. Next question, what is the minimum GPA you need to be eligible for co-op? Very important question here. 2.8, almost everyone got that one right. Good, you paid attention. So 2.8 GPA to be eligible for co-op. And Subash still in the lead. All right. If we go to the next question, we're down to the last couple of questions here. Where can you find your material for your courses, important information on college policies and services? Where do you find all this stuff? Moodle, you probably heard a lot about Moodle today. So Moodle is where you're going to find, your courses, coursework, your exam, all of these sorts of things. So make sure that you are keeping track of those things on Moodle. Just a reminder, we're going to wrap up in a second, but please follow us on Instagram at lambtoncollegeandtoronto.com just to stay in the loop. And we're going to hear from our winners. So thank you for participating. If you see your name on the screen, come forward and just make sure you keep that window open to prove that you're first, second, or third. So the top 3 will receive prizes. So let's see who's won. In third place, Prabin. In second place, Uma. And in first place, Subash. All right. So top 3 winners, just come forward. Make sure that you keep that window open. And just everyone hang here for a second. I'm going to announce your next sessions in just a moment. Number 3. All right. Number 3. And if you guys can just stick around, we're going to take a picture, okay? Okay, who's second? Awesome. Let's hear it for our winners. All right, and we have our final sessions for the day coming up at 4, and we're right on time. So if you are in SCMT, you'll go to room 126 to meet your co-op advisor, Brian. If you're DOCT, go to room 127 to meet your co-op advisor, Marina. If you're in AIMT, go to room 128. So all these rooms are over here. If you're in OHST, you'll meet your program coordinator in room 130. That's also this way. If you're in AHCT, go upstairs to room 223. And FSIT, you will meet your program coordinator in room 225. That's also upstairs. Thank you guys for playing, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.